Africa, say it louder. Salam alaikum, 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 salam alaikum.
United we stand, divided we fall. All we need is freedom. All we need is freedom. Free Africans free. Free Africans free.
Free from slavery. Free from slavery. Free yourself from mental slavery. Free yourself from mental slavery. Free yourself from mental slavery. Free from slavery. Free from slavery. Yeah.
We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war.
Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, African one. If you wanna be free, the most simplest one in the world. Get yourself the better reggae music coming straight to you from the one of the most peaceful man. So many lie down on the streets. What you want them with their guns in the hands? Get yourself the most free time and preach about freedom. Preach about freedom.
We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war.
Better look on the street as a lesson, youth. Stop violence as a lesson. You have to listen and be a man. The music we are doing is not a music for fun. We are preaching, hear it loud and clear. Hey, night and day, no slipping it out. Better preach, let the people hear. Better preach, let the blind feel. The song of freedom and love. The song of freedom and love. The song of freedom and love. The song African one love. In the production. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. Libya. Salam alaikum. Tunisia. Salam alaikum. Nigeria. Salam alaikum. Niger. Salam alaikum. South Sudan. Salam alaikum. Sudan. Salam alaikum. South Africa. Salam alaikum. African one. Salam alaikum. African one. Salam alaikum. Let's shoot out and be free. Salam alaikum. United we stand. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
All right, Assalamu alaikum, good morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever you are. This is Concerned Citizen of South Sudan, of course, going live. It is April 24th on Saturday, 2020. We apologize for not conducting our regular show last week because for the technical issue that we had. But I welcome all of you to this very humble forum, as usual, Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. Tonight, we'll continue with the same topic that we did not finished last week. The presidency between the health condition of the president and the power struggle in a circle. Who is the next president? That our show tonight. I will have a great panel here will join me momentarily. But I want to welcome all of you, the viewers of Concerned Citizen of South Sudan around the globe. As you have tuned in this morning, as I said, afternoon, evening, according to our different time zone, to follow the issues of concern that are being discussed on your or our forum tonight. The political arena in South Sudan is always unpredictable. This means that things happen suddenly and anytime. As we all follow the events which are happening in our motherland, we come to notice over the time that things run rapidly. This, of course, bewildering to me, to some of us, always, but that is the state of affairs under current political fiasco in the country. You all followed how the President of the Republic, General Salva Kiir Mayardit, have been running our country through numerous presidential decrees that have never changed situation in the country, particularly the last 2 weeks decrees, which resulted into a major change that leveled of the presidency and the army. And the health condition of the president has been undergoing for nearly 4 years now, and which is now developing and becoming critical. There is no doubt that the health condition of the president, Salva Kiir Mayardit, is in critical stage, and this is a reason behind his last visit to South Africa on April 15, 2021. He sought a medical treatment there. But unfortunately, the press secretary in the office of the president, Atany, told the press that President Salva Kiir has traveled to South Africa to discuss the status of the revitalized peace agreement. Mr. Atany further stated to the press that the president will meet with his South African counterpart, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, to deliberate on the progress made on the implementation of revitalized peace agreement and the challenges facing the peace deal, adding that the two presidents will discuss bilateral ties, bilateral relationship between two countries. However, this is not true. This is not the truth behind the visit of President Salva Kiir to South Africa. President Kiir actually was visiting to seek a medical attention. And I can tell you, Atanyuek was just trying to be smart by talking to the media to disguise and camouflage. The real purpose of President visiting South Africa was medical treatment. And we will get in details shortly. We shall discuss these issues in details by putting the presidency between two things. First, the health condition of the president and the current power struggle in the circles of the government. We shall also talk about the possible scenarios that may happen, and we shall also share our views, our vision regarding the general situation in the country. One more time, my dear beloved fellow South Sudanese, I welcome all of you, wherever you tune in tonight, in North Africa, in Australia, in Canada, in the United States. I welcome all of you. And remember, as usual, always, we agree to disagree. Foul language is not accepted. Derogatory, vicious attack are not condoned in this very humble forum. I welcome all of you, as usual, to our beloved discussion here. I know some people actually, they start writing there, but I wanted to mention this to you though. I am not a wishery, and I never been a wishery, and I will not be a wishery because I don't have that. and I am not. Either Dengida York is a wishery or will attack, or those panelists, Wendy Marial, Moses, Adwot, who will come here tonight and topple these very, very important issues. I want to mention to you, though, that if President Salva Kiir, if Salva Kiir Mayardit was a private citizen of South Sudan, if he was not in charge of any affairs of our country, we wouldn't be sitting here and talking about him tonight. We wouldn't be here and sitting and talking about his health condition. But the thing is, my dear brothers and sisters, Kiir Mayar, he's in charge of our affairs. He's the head of state. He's the president of the Republic of South Sudan. So if he is sick, his health condition is a matter of concern of everyone. So we are not here to make a mockery. It is not a mockery, but it is rather the concern of the citizen of South Sudan. I am one of them, and I am to tend to be one of them. And that's why we got to make sure what's going on wrong with the president and what can be happening in the country as well. Keep in mind, our communities in South Sudan, they don't like to talk about the death, maut, it will not happen to you. But regardless of your education, regardless of your wealth that you have, at the end of the day, you will die. سبيل الموت غاية كل حي فدعيه لأهل الأرض داعي. كلنا بنموت, we will die. But a different time though. The reason why we are talking and why it's so critical to talk about the issue has something to do with the president, because Kiir, he's in charge of South Sudan. Giving the facts, our country has been going through crisis and is still going under the crisis for a very long time, since 2006 up to now. We haven't tasted the peace. People of South Sudan haven't tasted the peace. People of South Sudan did not, enjoy the fruit of liberation. They did not enjoy the fruit of independence, being an independent nation, justice, liberty, prosperity. They have been plunged to the war all of a sudden, and everyone will be always worried about his welfare and security of himself and his children. So the ideas that people actually are ignoring, or they are thinking that this is the mockery, or if we talk about the health of the president, is ludicrous. And it shows that actually irresponsible. Because if you really care, and if you love the country, and if you don't want South Sudan to be in crisis and chaos, and then we have to strategize, we have to think ahead what's going to happen. What's going to happen. So with that, I said, I'm not a witchery, and I have never been a witchery, and we will not wish anything bad to happen. But South Sudan leadership, the J1, they never been transparent with the people of South Sudan. They're always doing things behind the scenes. We will talk in details tonight. Actually, we have information, a credible information. When President Kiir actually visited South Africa on April 15, he was going there for medical treatment. President need to do a transplant. Some people may not understand what I'm talking about. But unfortunately, his doctor from Germany, the one that traveled from Germany to South Africa, they refused to perform that kind of operation, knowing that sometime those Western, they would be accused if something happened all of a sudden. So the purpose of his visit did not meet, his expectation, what he was going to do. And that's why, as usual in South Sudan, they came out and said, oh, President Kiir is visiting South Africa, he's going to meet with counterpart, Ramaphosa and so forth. The usual deception that they used to do to the people of South Sudan, but that's not what it is. So with that, I welcome all of you to this very humble forum. And it is so important, as I said, Mr. Dengida York will come here and join us momentarily, as well as Wendy Marial and Moses Adwot. Abdallah Garang is available also. And then later we will open the chances to those who wanted to come and weigh in as well. South Sudan, the neighboring countries, they are grabbing it. Musallas Lima has gone, Kavikenje, some in Mile 14, Karasan, and so many, and so others. Remember, if South Sudan now is slid again to a deep power vacuum in the country, can't imagine what's going to happen. More are going to happen. Those neighbor countries, they are going to take advantage of what's happening in the country. They already took advantage, but they will take more advantage. That's why we have to think ahead of time, because we care and we love this country that we belong into, the Republic of South Sudan. And also tonight, I want to remind you that we will be visiting the article on peace agreement, the revitalized peace agreement that was not being implemented. We will revisit it. Some article who address the absence of the president in case of illness or death or anything that happened. So we'll visit that to let our people know exactly what should take place. So with that, I would like to welcome my dear brother Dengdit, Ayog. If you are here, please go ahead and tune in, and then we will start our discussion here going forward. So let me go ahead and check some system. I hope our system will not do like what happened last week. We will continue here, and I want to invite you to go ahead though and share our live broadcast. So many people who are not being tagged, they can be able to watch this. So please go ahead. Let me go ahead and do this. Share it. Go ahead and share it, and we will be okay. Yes, I will send you the link, Man Gabriel, later, but let me bring in my guests. My guest is here, and then after we are done, I believe so, I'm going to open the forum to everyone. To everyone. Like I said, we agree to disagree, regardless. Whatever your political affiliation, you'll be giving that opportunity to come and weigh in as well. We are not a dictator. We are fighting dictator. We are fighting to be a transparent nation. So anyone that wanted to weigh in, they will be welcome to weigh in. But just give me that opportunity so I can finish up with my guests, and then we will move on from here. So with that, let me go ahead and start this. And we will do it. We will do it very well. I apologize for that. Okay, let me do this. Okay. How about we go? We just put in a little bit of music here while we are waiting for our guests to tune in. We'll move on. مشاكل كتير في بلدنا. I know some people go, oh, Rankan. These
are the South Sudan voices, brought to you by Ruka Music. Oh, na na na. Mashaki gaji fidunya de anagi kore selile rabuna aula tena kulumendo baba wabana tena waduru mama abuto mon buto jalo mon fikaba ulio one kikore le asan kankani abuto mon kirita wo yalde sato mind mama wele papa yalde palato sambala panate mind sabi yalde palato sambala panate mind sabi aulade raba bigatakian Banade kulu talagasila. Kedeni na deresu yatanina. Makili matarabuna. Ashan yalden satumenu baba.
It takes a village to raise a child.
Please go ahead and share. Go ahead and share.
Let's be sure for the it's the rise. We are there. Mandaru salam.
Abutomon mutu jadomon figure.
So I see there is some weird stuff have been published there. If I block you, that's your make, because I'm not expecting you to just to post all this Amazon stuff on our page. We don't need this. So I apologize for that. So I'm going to remove you because that was unnecessary to do that.
I know that to woman men do like terambo. Abuzatu men like terambo. Mama se mama, mama se mama. Last girl na sekiru le talent bed. Le ano talent bi pada mi.
Thank you.
Oh, come on, Selena Zakir Leal. I'll see you belong to Pita. Ana Asuma, Bin Maibu Badun. Ana Asuma, Junubin Bikatulu Badun. Waba wake up, Ana Bibi Umilwen. Yakwani, oh yeah, Mohammed come, Ana Bibi Minwe, Yale, 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 Derulo Montavi, Yale, Derulo Monsespan.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Go ahead and share.
Tayal giwaja futu jara densa. Wala kil kolona. Manu kolona. Mashaki engati fidu yade. Anagi kore selile rapuna. Aula tena kulumendo baba.
Wabana tena waduru mama.
Abutomon mutu jalomon fikaba. Ulio umon kikore le asan kankari. Abutomon kirita wokyalde satuma into mama wele papa yalde balato sambala banate mayendi sabi yalde balato sambala banate mayendi sabi aulade raba bigatakian Banade kulu talagasila. Kedeni na deresu yatanina. Makili matarabuna. Ashan yalden satumenu baba.
It takes a village to raise a child.
We will give you an opportunity to speak, brother.
It's the rise. We are there. Mandaru salam.
Abutomon mutu jadomon figaba. Uluyo mongi korele.
Mika within.
Alan brother Dong Malwal, welcome to Concerned Citizen of South Sudan, as usual. Thank you.
Banade mayendi sabi. Iyante sambala
Banade
mayendi sabi. I know that to woman no nekterambu abuzatu men nekterambu mama se mama se mama lazikele na sekiru le talent be le ano talent bi padamide.
All right, Ustaz Dengi Dayok, welcome to Concerned Citizen of South Sudan as we discuss this very important topic tonight here, the presidency between the health condition of the president and power struggle in the inner circle. Who is the next president? We supposed to discuss this topic last week. Unfortunately, because of technical issues that we had, we were not able to do that. But tonight, it is the time for it. I welcome you, Dengi Dayok, the great journalist and the writer, to our very, very humble forum tonight, the Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. As I said to our viewers, we wanted to make sure what's happening. We don't want our country to end up in chaos. As always, we don't want neighboring countries to take advantage of what's happening in South Sudan. Health condition of the president is a fair game. It's a matter of concern. It's not just what other people think is a mockery. We are not here to make a mockery. And also, I mentioned to our viewers tonight, we are not a witchery, and we will never be a witchery. We are talking, we are concerned. And if we are concerned, we must address the issue of concern to our people. That's why we are bringing these issues to their attention so we can discuss together. Also, we will be revisiting tonight the article 1.6.5, which is talk about the absence of the president in case if president is sick or die or something happen. We must revisit it and see there what agreement actually said about it. What can be done. Now in South Sudan, everything is done behind closed door, and they are not letting public know. There's no transparency in South Sudan. We are the only source to our people. And that's why we are here to have this, very important discussion. Dengi Dayok, welcome to Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. I want to give you a few minutes to greet our audience before I ask this very important question tonight. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonkor, for having me. I'm delighted, as usual, to be in the show today and to share with the viewers of Concerned Citizens tonight the issue we have put the presidency between the two things, the health of the president and the political struggle that is simmering in the inner circle of the government. Mm-hmm. So I'm delighted to be here and to talk about the topic. I greet all the viewers of the Concerned Citizen of South Sudan, wherever they have tuned in tonight to follow the show. And as we shall be here to discuss this important topic. It is a topic of concern. It concerns all South Sudanese.
Yes.
Because the president is their president and the presidency is their presidency. And what is likely to happen is going to affect us in one way or another. And we don't want that to happen. That's why we are here to educate our people, to tell them what is exactly going on within the inner circles of the government. So I'm delighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Dengi Dayok, Katib wal Ustaz Al Kabir, to our very humble forum as usual. Now, if I may ask you this question, Dengi Dayok, and I know our viewers, they might need us to speak in both languages, Arabic and English. If I may ask you this question, Dengi Dayok, the president.
No problem. I'm going to speak in two languages, and soon I would be joined by Brother Win Demarial, who would also be speaking in Arabic. So we shall then exchange the roles.
Absolutely.
No concerns at all, no worries.
Thank you, Sir Dengi. Now, if I may ask you this question, the president is sick for nearly 4 years now. What kind of sickness is he suffering from? People of South Sudan need to know. Dengi Dayok, please.
Well, before I answer your questions, I have few things to say before I come to the questions. One of the things I would like to say is that when the president is sick in any country, the sickness of president is dealt with by the government as something sacred. But we would like to single it out tonight and say that this one is wrong, because the president is a public figure.
Mm-hmm.
He's not just a public figure, but he is a leader of the people. So his people are always concerned about his well-being, as he is always concerned about the well-being of his people. And therefore, the people ought to know how their president is doing. So this is how most of the countries and government deals with any critical health issues of any president. But that one is wrong. The people have got a right to know how their president is doing. If he is sick, they have to know that one. If he is well, they also have to know that one. But what is happening in South Sudan is quite different. It's quite different. The president is sick, and the inner circle of the government don't want to inform the public that the president is sick. But good enough, the people of South Sudan are aware that the president is sick, because this sickness of President Salva Kiir Mayardit is not something secret. It is something that is obvious. People can see him. And he's always on camera. Okay? When the president is walking, he is not able to walk as normal as he used to 7-10 years back. So this one is an indication that he is sick. Lately, his condition became critical. And I am fully aware that the people of South Sudan are aware. So the president, when he is walking, he doesn't walk normally. This is number one. And the other thing is that his health condition became critical in the last 3 weeks. And evidently, people of South Sudan can go back to a video when he issued the presidential degrees, when Minister Nial Deng Nial was relieved, and other government officials, and then others were degreed in. When those government officials were being sworn in the office of the president, I think the people of South Sudan have seen the video and the health conditions of the president, because the president was addressing the newly appointed and the newly sworn in government official, and while he was talking to them, he hardly picked up some words to speak to them. And he was shivering. The video is there. The video was broadcast live on SSBC. So the president was shivering, and he hardly pick up the words, and his face was not normal. His face was like, he looks like his face is swollen, all right? And the size of his eyes are small, but the size of the eyes is becoming bigger and bigger.
Yes, I see that eyeball, yes.
Yes, yeah. So these ones are clear indication that he is not okay. So how many things did I say now? The president does not work normally, and we all see this on the videos that he is captured in. This is number one. Number two, in the last 2 weeks, when his health condition became so critical, he could not speak properly. You see, the video is there. I wish the video was here to be played for the people to see that one. But they can go to the SSBC page here on Facebook. They will see the president hardly speaking and pronouncing some words. But of course, as you know, our president is a soldier, and he's a man of courage. He was trying to, to
encourage himself,
to press himself, and he was trying to be brave and courageous to suppress what? His health conditions. But it is obvious to someone who can look into things critically and accurately that the president is not all right. So when we talk about the health condition of the president, we are not like releasing something secret to the public But we are talking about something they can see for themselves in the videos in which the president appears. Now, what is wrong with that? The wrong thing is that the government does not want to inform the public or the citizens of the Republic of South Sudan that the president is not. The president visited South Africa on the 15th of this month, and he came back on the 18th. It was said that the president was going to South Africa for an official visit to meet his counterpart, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, to discuss issues to do with the implementations of the revitalized peace agreement on the resolution of conflict in South Sudan, and that he was going there to discuss the bilateral relations with His Excellency Ramaphosa. But that one was a tactic from the government. It was a policy of camouflaging why the president was going to South.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, there was a problem. I saw myself off for a while. So the president visited South Africa last week. He was not there for an official visit or on a mission as it was claimed by the government media, by the televisions and other newspapers. The president actually was going there to South Africa to seek medical care. That was the reason actually behind his recent visit to South Africa. But the government is blindfolding the public. And this is not acceptable. We cannot be blindfolded. The people of South Sudan cannot be blindfolded. They know what is going on. And let me tell you this. When the president is sick, it is not Jonkuru who would want to know whether the president is sick or not.
Yeah.
It is not any of the young people that are running live shows on the video. When the president is sick, how do we learn this? We learn it from his inner circle. The people who are around the president are the very people who leak out the information. Yes, so that the people know what is actually going on. So when we talk here about the health conditions of the president, we are not talking about something that is a secret. We are talking about something that is the information that is leaked out. But why do we bring it up here? We bring it up here so that we educate our people, so that we inform our people. We let them know how their president is doing, how our president is doing, because it is a matter of concern. And as concerned citizens of South Sudan, we have to speak about this. We have to speak about it because he's a president of the country and the people have a right to know this. So coming back to answer your questions, I would like to say this before I give you my final questions, that we, the political activists who come and speak here on the Forum of Concerned Citizens of South Sudan, we are not doctors. And we cannot diagnose exactly the kind of sickness the president is suffering from. All right? We don't have any document like a medical report so that we can say that this is an evidence. But based on the information leaked out by those who are close to the presidency or to the president, it is obvious that the president is sick. First of all, the president is suffering from some complications on his, on his knees. This is one. The other thing, according to the information, is that his nervous system, his nerves are not properly functioning in some parts of his body. And according to that information also, the president is suffering also some complication in his kidneys and also in his chest. All right, there's a difficulty in breathing, and he could not breathe. I mean, he doesn't breathe properly or in a natural way, and that's why in the last 2 weeks the president was in a critical health conditions. And for the presidency to make sure that he was safe, they came up with this issue of the visit to South Africa to camouflage his his critical health condition. So that was actually the problem. In South Africa, the president met his doctors. He has his doctors, by the way.
Yes.
He met those doctors in 2 countries, and everyone who is close, according to the inner circle in the presidency, the president always visits 2 countries. He either go to the Republic of South Africa or to the Republic of Rwanda, where he meets his doctors. His doctors are foreign doctors. They are from Germany, so the president went there last week to meet his German doctors, and they diagnosed him. And according to the information we obtained, the health condition of the president is critical. That he was there, and it was suggested that an operation should be carried out for him, that liver transplantation should be done for him. But the doctors cautioned that this man is the president of the country, and that this issue of liver transplantation is a critical issue, and we cannot do it, because should anything happen to him, you would hold us responsible. And so the president came back during his 3 visits. And according to the government calculation, they made sure that the president went to South Africa and came back in those 3 days, because rumors, or let me say, the information, the accurate information was already out to the people. Yes, and they said that if the president delayed in South Africa for 4 days or 5 days, then the rumors that were leaked out, or the information that was leaked out, would become true in the eyes of the public. And that's why they made sure that the president visited South Africa and come back in 3 days, as it was announced. But he was actually there seeking medical attention. Yes, we saw him in some pictures, media pictures, also on TV, on South African TV, with His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa. But that was not the purpose of his visit. Why do I say this? Because the implementation of peace agreement does not need the president to go to South Africa or to any African country to go and discuss the implementations of peace agreement. This implementation of peace agreement is to be implemented if there is a political will for its implementation. The president does not need to visit Uhuru Kenyatta. The president does not need to visit Abiy Ahmed or to visit Yoweri Kaguta of Uganda, or any other African president or any other European president to go and discuss with him issues related to the implementations of peace agreement. Because if he has the political will, he would implement it without going to South Africa. So what was said in the government media, that the president was there to discuss the process of peace implementation with Cyril Ramaphosa, was a pure and complete lie. And the government was using these tactics and this policy in order to deceive the public and to draw the attention of the public away from the serious issue, which is the sickness of President Salva Kiir Mayardit. As we talk here about his critical health condition, we don't mean anything. We don't wish him anything bad to happen, because he is a leader of the nation. And at the same time, he's a human being. God, the Almighty, created him like any one of us, and he has a right to be alive like any one of us. But he is in charge of the country. That's why we are talking about him, and we don't have any ulterior motives when we talk about his health conditions. So this is what I can say regarding your first questions about what kind of sickness the president is suffering from. And the president, by the way, has been sick for now nearly 4 years or more than that, okay? Because this thing started back in his health condition begin to become to be complicated in 2017.
Go ahead. I hope the network can cooperate so the English can finish. Again,
before he was well and he could walk normally like anyone, but Jonko.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is my network okay?
It was cutting off, but yeah, you are back. Go ahead and finish. Yes,
I was telling the people that we don't have any personal problem or any personal grudges, because as we talk about this issue, the public look at it as something sensitive and something which people should not talk about. We understand that always the authorities hide anything related to the health of the president. And for this example, I can give some example, like some years back in Egypt when President Mubarak was still a leader of Egypt. There was a time President Mubarak could not be seen by the Egyptian citizen for more than 1 month. And so people were concerned and they were asking what happened to President? What happened to the journalists begin to write in the newspapers asking the whereabouts of the president and why he's not seen on the TV and why he's not seen in the newspaper, why there is no any statement by him in the media. So the authorities in Egypt by then tried to hide the fact from the public, but later on the fact was out and it was discovered that President Mubarak was taken to Germany secretly and he was receiving treatment there. But when the media sparked the debate on his health, his critical health condition, then the government was forced to inform the public by bringing back Mubarak from Germany, and they show and they show him to the public through television. And indeed, when the public saw him, his health condition was critical, and he was, people can see signs of sickness from his eyes, from the way he walks, from the way he talks, and all those things.
The energy.
All right? Yes, the same thing. If we go to Algeria, you will find that President Abdelaziz Bouteflika of Algeria was also sick, and his health condition sparked political debate in his country. The political activists, leaders of political parties, the journalists, those who are concerned, we're talking about the critical health conditions of President Bouteflika then. And you know the end of the story. Because of his critical health condition, he could not continue as president because he was seated in the wheelchair and he could not run the affairs of the state. So these are some few examples we can give. The same thing with Robert Mugabe also. Robert Mugabe was a president of Zimbabwe, and he was getting old and his health condition was becoming critical, and he didn't want to step down until he was forced down. Until he was forced to resign and step down. Before he was forced to resign, you are all witness that he fell down several times because there was difficulty in walking. He could not walk properly as in the early years when he was healthy. So many people understand that the health of the president is not something for people to talk about. It's not something to be debated. It's not something to be discussed in the media. It is something to be kept behind closed doors. But we are here saying that no, it should not be treated that way. People ought to know, and people have a right to know about how their president is doing. So this is what I can basically say about the health condition of our president. If anyone is there to doubt what we are saying, just look at the president. The good thing is that there is videography. They are shooting the video. They are taking his videos every now and then. Okay? And people can judge from the pictures that we see, whether here on social media or on SSTV. People can judge that the president is not all right. And what we are saying here is based on the information we obtained. This information is coming from the presidency. It is leaked by those who are close to the president, by the inner circle.
Thank you, Sadengida Yok. And actually, some people, several times I said it in this forum that I hope for us to be proven wrong. This is what I've been saying for the last 4 years. Anything we say in this forum is always critical, accurate, and correct. We don't just make up things. We do not, because there is no interest to make up things. We care. We love South Sudan. That's why we have to give the accurate information to our viewers, to people of South Sudan who are not able to get them because the government has not been transferred for a very long time, and they continue to do so. And it is a matter of concern. Like I said from the beginning, we are not mocking. It is not a mockery, right? It is not a mockery.
They will never be transparent because they have chosen not to be transparent with the people of South Sudan. They don't want to be straightforward with the people of South Sudan. And because they have chosen that one, we are here to speak on behalf of our people and let our people know what is exactly going on.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ustaz Dengi, thank you. Let me go ahead and ask you also a question here. The president did not choose, though, because now we know that he's sick, his health condition getting deteriorated, and you know, they chose not to be transparent. Now, the president did not choose or determine who should take over after him, should anything happen to him. And I would say this, God forbid, you know, should anything happen. This may cause a political vacuum and subsequent power struggle that will plunge the country into bloodshed if he become absent. Dengi Dayok, how do you look at this, and why president doesn't want to name a successor as his health condition is becoming more critical and deteriorated?
Well, thank you. That is a very good question. And I think it will take some minutes for me to answer the questions.
No problem.
Now, we understand that the health of the president is not all right. His health condition is critical, and the government does not want to be transparent with the people of South Sudan on this matter. And as people who have the information, it is our obligation as concerned citizens to speak about this. Now, you have asked a very important questions. Why the president does not want to choose a successor, someone to succeed him if his health condition becomes so critical to the point that he would not be able to discharge the duties of his office as president of the republic. And by the way, let me tell you this. The president is not discharging his duties as he used to be. The president was always seen to be discharging his duties within J1. But now, most of the time, the president is discharging his duties while he's seated in his Rakuba, in his own house. And if you go to the presidential page on Facebook, you will see a lot of pictures taken while the president is meeting government officials, members of international diplomatic corps, while he's seated under his own Rakuba.
Yeah, with that new, it looked like tenant is from the wood. That new tenant, that set up inside his house, not in J1.
Yes, that one is set up inside his house. So this one is a clear indication that he is not discharging his presidential duties within J1. He's now discharging his duties within his own house. And the question for the public is, why is the president doing that? He's supposed to be in J1. And for your own information and for the information of all the viewers of concerned citizens of South Sudan, the house of the president in Juba, the house of the president is just like a very short distance from his house, by the way.
Less than a mile.
Okay? Yeah, so there is something not clear here. Why is the president carrying out his duties inside his Rakuba in his own house? And he has a very big office in J1, the palace or the state house. That is a question people should answer now. All right? Coming back to the issue why the president did not choose a successor for him, I would like to honestly say that, you know, in African politics, it is not easy for many presidents to name a successor while they are still leading. Okay, it is very rare. If it happens, it's very rare. And President Kiir, therefore, did not choose a successor for him until now, for so many reasons, or for so many considerations. Number one, President Kiir is a soldier. Soldiers always cling to power. and they don't want to see anyone behind them or anyone they should name to be their successor. It does not happen. The President Kiir is also security-minded. He's a security-minded person because he has been working as an officer, security officer, for a very long time. So according to his own political calculations, he doesn't want to name anyone as his successor. Plus his own personal intention to cling to power for life. That's why he did not name any successor until now. And we have recently seen that when the two General Awenakot and General Kwon Manyangju, when they spoke out publicly, and they said that Nyal Deng Nyal should be his successor, we have seen that Nyal was fired.
Right away.
Because President Kiir doesn't want anyone, he does not want to name anyone as his successor, and he does not want others to name anyone as his successor. The moment President Kiir hear that someone is named as his successor, he would make sure that this person is fired if he is in his government. And that's why Nyal Deng Nyal became a victim within the ongoing political rivalry within the government, or the ongoing power struggle within the inner circle of the government. And that's why President Kiir does not want to name anyone as his successor. First of all, we are talking about the presidency, between the health of the president and the power struggle within the inner circle of the government.
Yes.
Everybody is aware, and we talked about this here last time. We said that the presidency of the Republic of South Sudan, or the government of South Sudan, within the government there are political blocks, or there are political groupings. There are groups. President Kiir himself is a group. Akolkor is a member in that group with him. All right? And at the same time, Akolkor is eyeing the seat. As he eyes the seat, he makes sure that anyone else in the government who is also eyeing the seat must be out. He did it to Malong, and we are all witness. He did it to Nyal, and we are all witness. And he's still doing it to any other SPLM member who tries to come closer, or who try to eye the seat of the presidency. So this one is the power struggle within. Riek Machar is also there eyeing the seat of the presidency, but he has cooled himself down, and we are all witness. He does not speak on matters related to the implementations of the peace agreement or any critical issues. He's always silent, and he's only there to appease President Kiir, but he's also eyeing the seat of the presidency. There are others, such as Taban Dengai, who are also eyeing the seat of the presidency, and many others from the group that was known as former detainees, or what they call SPLM FDs, and many others, including the Islamist group within the government. Everybody is aware that the government of the Republic of South Sudan, the government that they call revitalized government, contains elements of Islamic movement that were working together side by side with President Bashir of Sudan. And these members of the Islamic government of Inkas are now members in this government, and they are also eyeing the seats of the presidency, and they are working hand in hand, side by side, through the presidential security advisor, Mr. Tut Galwak, to make sure that they control South Sudan to implement the Arab Islamic agenda of expansion into Africa, to make sure that they dominate the Republic of South Sudan. So within the inner circle of the government, there is a heated power struggle, and everybody is eyeing the seat. And as all these things happen, President Kiir does not want to name any successor, because he would like to cling to power and until the last moment in his life. That's why President Kiir does not want to name any successor. But as his health condition will continue to deteriorate, there are several political scenarios, or there are several possible political scenarios that may happen.
Go ahead. Sorry, Ustaz Dengi, it looked like the network is not cooperating.
Scenarios shortly. So I hope this one. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
You are back now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I was saying I hope this one answers your questions. And I will come to talk about the possible political scenarios that may happen if the health conditions of the president continue to deteriorate. And this is the gist of what we are saying here tonight.
Yes, Ustaz Dengi, before I move to my next question, actually, President Kiir, now his son has been introduced at J1. His president's son in J1 now, is it a part of new scenarios that president doesn't want to name successor? You can answer it now, or I can leave it later, and I can move on with my next question.
Well, it is one of the possible scenarios that I'm going to talk about, but you can ask the next questions. I shall answer this in the process.
Okay, let me move on to the next question. Now, who is the next president in case anything happened to the president? Is it Dr. Wani Iga? Is it Dr. Riek Machar Teng? Or General Kwalmanyang Jok? Or General Akolkur Kuch? And yeah, I want to give you that opportunity to answer that question. But as I mentioned from the beginning today, that actually we did revitalize peace agreement, because when I mentioned the name of Dr. Riek Machar, it has linked with the peace agreement. And I've seen brothers and sisters here, they are debating here. Some people are saying, oh, Riek Machar should be next online, or whoever should be next online. But there is an article. If you want me, I can read that article, actually, you know.
Yes, please read it.
Okay. And that article actually has something we revitalized peace agreement, article 1.6.5. And I hope, you know, our viewers and the viewers of concerned citizens of South Sudan who are watching tonight, I want them to take things seriously. You just don't want to go with emotional, you know, just coming up with your own thing. This article on the revitalized peace agreement that was signed on December 12, 2018, the article 1.6.5 indicated that in the event that the post of the president falls vacant during the transitional period for any reason, including mental infirmity or physical incapacity of the office holder, the replacement shall be nominated by the top leadership body of the respective party as at the signing of this agreement. Such a process of replacement shall not exceed it for 48 hours. And actually, we did a lot of debate last year about this. And actually, I was questioning about respective party on the signing of this document. So something that I know I throw in a lot of information, but I want to give you a chance, you know, to go ahead and answer this question. Go ahead.
So I think the article you have just read from the revitalized agreement on the resolution of conflict in South Sudan is part of the answer. If the health conditions of President Salva Kiir Mayardit become so critical to the point that he would not be able to run the affairs of the state or the affairs of the Republic of South Sudan, I want also to add an article from the Constitution so that we base our comment on the two.
Okay.
Yes, because it is related to the same thing you read out. I'm reading Article 102.
Okay, 102.
Sub-Article 1, A, B, C, D, E, until, yeah. And also I will read Sub-Article 2. It says vacancy of office of the president. The office, when does the office of the president fall vacant? They said the office of the president shall fall vacant in any of the following cases. A, expirations of the term in office. B, resignation in a public address to the people through the National Legislative Assembly. C, impeachment in accordance with the provisions of this Constitution. D, mental infirmity. That's one, you read it already. Mental infirmity or physical incapacity based on an official medical report submitted by the Medical Commission to the Assembly for information, or E, death. This is sub-article 1 of 102. Sub-article 2, if the office of the President of the Republic falls vacant, the post shall be assumed by the Vice President, pending election that shall be conducted by the National Election Commission within 60 days from the date of occurrence of the vacancy. So, through what you have read, that what you have read is an arrangement for the interim period of the revitalized peace agreement. That should the president, should the office of the president fall vacant for any of the reasons that are mentioned, they talk about physical, mental infirmity or physical incapacity, all right? Things like sickness, like the things we are talking about now.
Yes.
Then they said his party would sit down and choose the successor. So in this case, President, the SPLM-IO chairman, Dr. Machar, would not be the next president if the health conditions of the president become so critical that he is not able to discharge his duties as the president of the republic. So Dr. Machar would not be the next president, according to the revitalized agreement on resolution of conflict in the Republic of South Sudan, the article that you have just read. The same thing with Machar. If anything happened to Dr. Machar during this interim period, and the interim period is actually over, 3 years that were stipulated out in the agreement are already over, but they are still there and they are demanding extension of the period. Should anything happen to Dr. Machar, his party will also sit down and choose someone who would assume the office on his behalf. So that one is an arrangement put in place by the revitalized agreement, all right? But in the Constitution here, we are also told that should anything happen to the president as a result of his critical health conditions, they said here that the post shall be assumed by the vice president. All right? Pending election that shall be conducted by the National Election Commission
within 60 days.
Within a period of 60 days, which is 2 months from the date of the occurrence of the vacancy of the office of the president. This is now in the light of the Constitution. Now, how many vice presidents do we have? We have the first vice president, who is Dr. Yap. Should anything hinder President Salva Kiir from continuing as the president of the republic, automatically his duty will be the one to assume the office, not the first vice president. His duty from his party. Now the president has so many vice presidents according to the agreement. We have the first vice president, who is Riek Machar. We have His Excellency James Waniga. The vice president, we have Mama Rebecca, we have Tabandenga, we have Hussein Abdul Badi. So should the critical health condition of the president not allow him to continue, then the right person who is supposed to be in place is James Waniga. I'm saying this based on the Constitution, based on the Constitution and based on the SPLM also constitutions. All right, based on the issue of seniority in the SPLM. So the person who is supposed to be the next president is James Waniga. But now you will come to understand that James Wani may not be the next president due to the following reasons. First of all, there is a heated power struggle within the inner circle of the government. Akolkor is there. He's also eyeing the seat of the presidency. When the president visited South Africa last week, Dr. Machar was seen, according to the protocol, to be the man who is acting. But in fact, those were just pictures. Dr. Machar was not acting.
He's not.
The man who was acting was General Akolkor, because Akolkor was empowered by the president. He was promoted to the rank of general, to the rank of lieutenant general, and he was given all the powers while the president was away in South Africa. So Akolkor is eyeing the seat. General Taban is also eyeing the seat. Others, members of the Islamic movement, the Islamic Sudanese movement, are also eyeing the seat. They want the seat. So you can see that there is a great political rivalry and competition toward the throne of the presidency currently in Juba. They all want to be there. Each one of them want to be there. So the possible scenarios are as follows. Number one, it is either if the health conditions of the president become so critical, it is either his son inherit the throne, and this is one of the scenarios that may happen, or General Akolkor takes over power and become the next president, because he has all powers and he has built a great influence within the government. He has power in his hand, and he has money, and so he's using the influence of his power within the national security, and he's also using the influence of his money to make sure that he becomes the president. In the last 2 weeks, as you all know, there was an audio circulated on social media. I was saying that there was an audio circulated on social media.
Yes.
In which some young men, 2 young men, were speaking about a plan that was put in place. And according to the audio, the audio indicate that the chief of national security coordinated a plan with a spear master from the countryside to come to Juba and try to bless him and give him some powers so that he becomes the president. And following the leak following the release of that audio, the man who was speaking to the son of the spear master or to the son of the witchcraft is believed to have disappeared. So you can see how the man is trying to prepare himself to be the next president. So it is either the son of President Kiir inherit the throne, or General Akolkor takes power by force through a military coup, or General Taban Dengan takes over by the force of arms, or even Dr. Riek Machar, because everyone would now be showing himself to be the next president of the country. So I cannot predict exactly who is the next president, but I can answer your questions in the possible scenarios that I have just presented to you. And so this one may happen. And if President Kiir's health condition becomes so critical to the point that he would not be able to discharge the duties of his office as president of the republic, this may cause chaos. This may cause chaos in the country because political rivalry would grow very high, and this one could lead to a bloodshed in the country because there is no successor name. And as you know, the constitution is not followed in the Republic of South Sudan. The constitution is there to save certain interests of the president. The president only uses the constitution when he is issuing political degrees or when he is doing making any other political decision. But as you know, there is no rule of law in the Republic of South Sudan, and therefore anything can happen, and the country could be plunged into another chaos, and more serious civil war could also happen. So these are the scenarios that can happen should the health conditions of the president continue to deteriorate without any successor name, so that the possible chaos that may happen is avoided. So this is what I can say.
Well, Dengdi Ayok, thank you so much. You mentioned...
The other thing I did not add is this. Should anything like this happen, and then the country is flying back to the chaos, the neighboring countries would now encroach into more areas of the Republic of South Sudan.
Yes,
as you know, Kenya has already has encroached into our areas. The same thing with the Republic of Uganda, the same thing with Central Africa, the same thing with Congo, also with Sudan. So this is another thing that could also happen.
So, yeah, in a nutshell, South Sudan cannot afford another chaotic situation or a power vacuum, because that will lead to what you have mentioned.
Of course, that is not welcome. And we are not in need for that, because we have our own problems. And should any other problem happen, this will increase the problems that we have. We already have.
So, Dengit, thank you for answering these questions. But I'm still with that question, actually, because this question is broader and it has a lot into it. You talk about the aspect of constitution that actually the replacement should be the vice president right away, and the election will be conducted within 2 months. That if the country was stable, there were no war, there was no interim period. But now, since we have the interim period according to the peace agreement, the respective party is the one that's going to sit down and elect who can replace the president, because they are in interim period. There is a peace agreement. But if the country was so normal, no war, nothing, and then the vice president right away will assume the power, and then election will be conducted within 2 months. Thank you for that. But now my question is, the respective party. We know that the respective party is the SPLM. The respective party is in a chaos. They are shattered. They are not together. They are not on the same page. The respective party, it has a word out, and he's saying that President Kiir should step aside and allow someone to correct our image internationally and fix what went wrong. The respective party is Kwal Manyang, who is saying that we fail our people, and we are not instead of mentally incapacitated. So we...
Just a minute, continue. I'm getting you. I want to fix something here. Continue.
Right, so, no problem. So the respective party, the SPLM, is not even getting along. This is the SPLM that we are talking about is divided. That SPLM, it has IO, it has FD, real SPLM, it has SUFF, which is Paul Malone. It has so many factions. The respective party is not together. Now, if something happened, God forbid, and we are concerned, and this is a matter of concern for our nation, what respective party we are talking about here now, Ustaz Dengdi? Can you help our viewers? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jonko. That is a very good question. According to the agreement, the agreement talk about the respective party of any of the two, either Dr. Machar or President Kiir or Taban Dengai. By the way, that is a big dilemma. And I thank you very much for bringing in this aspect so that we can put it together with what we are talking about.
Yes.
We know that since 2013 until the present moment, SPLM party organs were dissolved by President Kiir, except his office. 3 years later or 4 years later, during the Secretary General of the SPLM, And we are all aware of this. So now, from 2013, the SPLM became what they call one-man show. It became a one-man show thing. The other thing, President Kiir has actually killed the SPLM because the SPLM is no longer there. And based on what Daniel Winakot said a few weeks ago, he said that when they meet, and he was actually talking about the past, there are no more meetings. Because based on what Paul said also, that they don't meet, he didn't meet the president for 8 months. It's a very clear indication that there are no meetings of political bureau. So the president made SPLM his own party because he discovered that SPLM has become a problem to him, as he said in his own word in 2017, when he said that SPLM and the Jiang Council of Elders are his two major problems in South Sudan. So that's why he decided to throw away the SPLM, because he looked at the SPLM, the top SPLM members, as his political rival. So he has to kill SPLM in order to survive. Now, SPLM is not in place, and the agreement talks about the respective party. So that's why I said what we expect here is chaos. There will be political vacuum. And if there is a political vacuum, there will be a political maneuvering, and there will be political rivalry, competition, and that competition could be bloody, and it could plunge back the country into chaos and civil war. So, because there is no party, this scenario could possibly happen. And should this happen, it will not be good for the people of South Sudan, because the people of South Sudan will suffer more. They have already suffered enough, and they are not ready to receive any other chaos or any other civil war in their country. So, through these questions, you have actually let the people of South Sudan understand that their house is not in order, and that things can go wrong at any time. Chaos can be back at any time. So we are in dilemma. And that's why it is very important tonight for us to come here and talk about the presidency, between the health conditions of the president and the political rivalry within the inner circle of the government, and ask the question, who should be the next president? So you see, again, I cannot exactly predict and tell you that Dr. Wane will be the next president, or Kwal Manyang would be the next president. But what I see is that a Kolkor could possibly become the next president, or the sons of the president could inherit the throne from his father, or the country could go into chaos and another civil war. So both three scenarios, should they happen, are not good for the Republic of South Sudan, because the country needs to witness elections according to what I read in the constitutions. But with the current leaders in power, elections are not possible. And that is why we always call for change, that the current regime needs to go, so that the people of South Sudan can have a new political dispensation that will conduct general elections that should be fair, credible, and free at the same time. So that is the answer I can give you.
Thank you. Ustaz Dengdi, yes, this is the matter of concern. It's a real concern, and that's why I'm telling our people, those who think what you guys are trying to do in here is a juju, and I tell them in the beginning of the show that I'm not a wishery. Dengdi is not a wishery, but we are the people, citizens that concern and look ahead, look beyond, and strategize on the affair of our country, because we don't want this country to continue in this state of chaotic. If something happened, we don't want that to happen. That's why we are talking about it, to let people know.
There is no strategy in place. Should the health conditions of the president get deteriorated, there is no strategy in place for someone to replace him. This means, and we say, God forbid, should anything happen, the country would be left in political vacuum, and this will open so many doors for political maneuvering and chaos, possibly. So our house is not organized. This is what people of South Sudan need to understand tonight, and that's why we are here talking about this matter.
Okay, thank you, Ustaz Dengit. Now, my next question is, those generals that you have mentioned, Akolkor, Kwalmanyang, and others, will the country be stable if one of these warlords become a president? Should SPLM regime be allowed to continue even if President Salva Kiir is no longer there? That's my next question to you, Dengit Ayok.
There is no guarantee that South Sudan would witness stability, political stability, social stability, as long as SPLM is in power, because SPLM is the problem for the people of South Sudan. And we are all witness throughout history, SPLM has always been a problem to the people of South Sudan. You will all recall that in the early days of the SPLA in 1980s, there was power struggle, a bloody political power struggle that ended up with Garang Group assassinating the two members of one group that were opposed to their group, Samuel Gaitut and Akwadatem. Again, the same SPLM is split in 1991 into two camps, the Nasser camp and the Tuareg camp. And then the Nasser faction was also witnessed another split into several factions. And they all caused chaos and havoc to the people of South Sudan. The same thing also in 2008. The SPLM nearly took the country to war and bloodshed. But due to the wisdom of the three veteran politicians, Joseph Lago, Bona Malwal, and Abel Alier, they were able to solve the problem. So why do I talk about this? Why do I have to talk about the SPLM, the historical background? Why do I have to make this flashback? I have to make this flashback in order for us to understand that SPLM, throughout its history, has always been a problematic political movement. Although it was a liberation movement, but it was also catastrophic. And because their political differences always end up with tragedy. They always end up with tragedy, and the people of South Sudan are the people who always pay the price. The same thing was repeated in 2013, and it continues, and we are still suffering from its consequences until this very moment. So, to answer your question, if SPLM, if any of those generals, if it is Kwalmanyang or any other of the SPLM members, I don't think the country would witness any stability. The country would rather witness chaos, as we have already said, and another bloodshed. And therefore, SPLM should not be allowed to continue in power, because the continuations of the SPLM in power mean the tragedy for the people of South Sudan. The continuations of the SPLM in power mean plight for the people of South Sudan. The continuations of the SPLM in power means insecurity, instability, war, killing, and lack of developments, and corruptions, and all those bad things we have witnessed from 2005 until now. So SPLM should not be allowed to continue in power, because it is a political movement that has proved to the people of South Sudan to be a failed political movement beyond any reasonable doubt, and therefore they should not be allowed to continue. And we are hereby saying that the health conditions of the president is critical. Should anything not allow him to continue as president, the country would be plunged back to war. And we are hereby rejecting this as the people of South Sudan. And that's why the people of South Sudan have to stand up and change and make regime change in our country, because this SPLM should not be allowed to continue. That's why we are here speaking day and night to our people, to inform the country is being taken to a wrong direction by the SPLM leaders, and that these SPLM leaders have failed, and they have confessed, they have admitted by their own tongues that they have failed, and therefore they should not be allowed to continue. And by the way, due to the fact that the president is suffering from health condition that we are talking about, we would like to call upon him that he should not allow the country to slide into political chaos. As the president of the republic, he better hand over power to the people of South Sudan, because should anything happen to him without any strategy or without any arrangement in place, that will plunge the country into another war. So our message is very clear, that the president should hand over power to the people of South Sudan, so that the country could witness free, fair, and credible elections, where we will be able to establish a new political dispensation to achieve our goals, our national goals, and the dreams of the people of South Sudan, the dreams of the martyrs, the dreams of our political pioneers. Because we are not ready for any other chaos, we are not ready for any other insecurity and instability in the Republic of South Sudan. So this is our message. This is the message we are sending to our people tonight.
Thank you, Sir Dengirayo. Now,
I think I have talked a lot in Arabic, I mean in English. It would be good for me to go back and repeat the same thing in Arabic very quickly.
Yeah, and I want to give you, maybe if I can ask you this question, or I can let it later, because since you talk more, and that's the question actually supposed to be the last for you to conclude, the answer of the forum tonight, the show tonight. But if you want to go ahead and do it in Arabic really quick, I can go ahead. But I want to remind our people, the reason we are talking, I want you to be concerned like me. You don't want to be just a yes man. If your uncle works in the government, or if you are looking for a window of being employed by this regime, and then you should just go ahead and reject, what is good for the country and what is good for you, because actually you are harming yourself. You don't know, you are harming yourself when you say that, oh, well, SPLM is going to rule 100 years. Do you really believe in principle of SPLM then? Do you really believe why we bear arms for nearly 22 years? Do you believe in the core values that we need to have justice, liberty, and prosperity? Do you really believe in the core values that people of South Sudan, regardless of their tribe, regardless of their region, came together and marched to Bilfam and fought the Jalaba for near 22 years? Do you really believe in those principles? I bet if you do, you wouldn't even make such a comment, or thinking that actually we are here just doing a witchcraft or just juju, whatever you call it. But now, I want to assure you that because we're concerned and we think ahead, because we love the country and we care and we don't want chaos. We don't want more death. We don't want South Sudan to be in this situation always. We want to live in decency. People in South Sudan, they deserve a better life. They deserve a better life. They can't be like that. We can't just, drill oil and sell it in the international market, and then a few are, dying and whining in Juba, and then people are dying in the rural area. No, if you really have a heart and you care and you love, you shouldn't even be thinking that way. And the bad thing is, someone who is the youth, someone who is really young will think that way. It hurt a lot. I want you to be concerned. I want you to be concerned about the country. I always, have the beautiful quote from the former president of the United States, JFK, who said, "My fellow American, do not ask what your country can do for you, but do ask what you can do for your country." So you just wanted to be employed. Regardless, bad things are happening, it's okay. I'm going to get money, I'm going to get check, it's okay. No. But what can you do to better? That's why we have to speak. That's why we need justice. We need equality. We need transparency. We need prosperity for those women who are suffering in the rural area. أنا عندي فيديو هنا I will show at the end of the program. A lady, you know, in northern Barakazal, who is speaking that we are suffering, we are tired, we cannot take it anymore. It's hard, this life. And people are having good wine, food, and everything in the table in Juba, are building high-rise buildings. And those who contributed, their chicken, their cows, their, you know, they are suffering. They have to get it. I don't know. Please go ahead. You know, go ahead and have that opportunity more.
Let me pick it up where you stop. You know the statement that the SPLM would rule South Sudan for 100 years or for a century was made by the president himself in WOW in 2012. He was on a visit to WOW and he found members of his own party in a political strip, in a political competition and rivalry. And so he told them, why are you fighting against each other? Don't you know that we are going to rule this country for a century? So this statement was made 8 years ago. 8 years ago, this statement was made. And within this period of 8 years, it is very clear that SPLM would not even rule South Sudan for the next
one thing
5 or 6 years.
I want to say one thing to my brother, you know, man Gabriel. Yes, many people have been saying this. How many years? John Cormayol and others, they have been speaking on the social media. No change has happened. So you will say that. So if I have been speaking for 3 years, 4 years, and then nothing happened, and then I can, if nothing is going to happen, I have to give up. Well, remember, the secret of change is to put all your energy. This is by Socrates. That's the secret of change. You have to put your all energy in the future. But you cannot just look back and say, oh, I'm not able to do it, but I'm going to back up. I'm a believer. I'm not a quitter. One day we will see the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm not going to give up like that because nothing happened last year, nothing happened this year, and then I should back up and quit about it. That means if I do that, then I don't have values, and then I don't believe in what I'm fighting for them, But we have that decency. That's why we resist and we persist and we will continue until people of South Sudan will see the light at the end of the tunnel. We are not going to quit. I'm not an easy guy like that, saying that, oh, you have been talking for a long time and now nothing happened, you should quit. No, I believe in what I do. And that's why we should continue. Okay. وللأوطان في الدم كل حر يد سلفت ودين مستحق. Don't be naive. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so the SPLM would not even rule the country for the next 6 years or 7 years, leave alone a century, a whole century. The SPLM is not qualified to rule South Sudan for century. And this is a political myth. Time has proved it to be a wrong notion. SPLM would never continue because they have destroyed their own SPLM. So it would not continue. And should they unite themselves and come back to continue in power, the people of South Sudan would not allow that to happen. So this is our message to whoever SPLM fan or SPLM supporter or anyone who is sympathizing with the SPLM who destroyed our beloved country. Now, الإخوة المشاهدين اتكلمنا كثير باللغة الإنجليزية ونحن حابين برضو نتكلم بالعربي عشان الرسالة ده بيهمنا كلنا. ونحن طبعا مقسمين في أخواننا في الدول بتاع المهجر يعني بيحبوا يكلموهم باللغة الإنجليزية، عشان كده نحن بنتكلم هنا بالإنجليزي. لكن الناس الموجودين معانا في البلد في ساوث السودان اللغة اليومية اللي بيتكلموا بها أكثر اللغة العربية. ونحن واعيين تماما إنه البرنامج ده بيتابعوا الناس من دول عربية، ناس قد يكون اللغة الإنجليزية لهم مع اللغة الأولى، ولذلك عشان كده نحن بنتكلم بلغتين. إذا الليلة هنا بنتكلم في موضوع مهم جدا، بنتكلم عن رئاسة الجمهورية ما بين الحالة الصحية للرئيس وصراع الدوائر الداخلية حول السلطة، وبنطرح سؤال: من هو الرئيس المرتقب؟ في ظل إنه الرئيس هسه أيام وفي صراع داخلي في الحكومة حول السلطة. كويس؟ إحنا خطينا مؤسسة بتاع الرئاسة بين هايتين دي، الحالة الصحية للرئيس والصراع الحاصل في السلطة، وطرحنا سؤال إنه من هو الرئيس المرتقب. قبل جون كور سأل سؤال كان مهم جدا، إنه الرئيس ده هو مريض لأكثر من أو لأقرب كويس ل4 سنوات تقريبا الآن. مشكلته شنو بالضبط؟ وأنا قبل أنا جاوبت الجواب يعني واضح. أنا قلت إنه المرض بتاع الرئيس الجمهورية ده كويس، أو الحالة الصحية بتاعته ده ما سر. أول حاجة يعني الكلام ده ما سر. ليه أنا بقول ما سر؟ لأنه واضح، أي مواطن عارف إنه الرئيس ده ما بخير من الناحية الصحية. وأنا قلت قبل إنه نحن ما بنتكلم في الموضوع ده عشان نحن بنحب يحصل حاجة بطال ليه كرئيس. أنا قلت نو، ده ما هو القصد بتاعتنا. القصد بتاعتنا هو الاستراتيجية وكيف إنه البلد يقدر يستمر إلى الأمام. فالحالة الصحية للرئيس كلكم بتعرفوه، يعني الرئيس بيسهر لنا في فيديوهات كويس. الناس لازم يعرفوا كويس إنه الرئيس بيسهر في الفيديوهات، وفي الفيديوهات اللي هو بيشوفوا إن إحنا واضح إنه هو يعني خطواته بياخد خطوات بصعوبة، لأن عنده مشكلة في الركبة، والمشكلة الموجود في ركبته له صلة بمشكلة في الأعصاب. فإذا أي مواطن شايف الكلام ده في فيديوهات. الفيديو اللي هو اتكلم فوقه لما المسؤولين الجدد هو اختارهم وهو عينهم في الحكومة قاعدين يأدوا القسم، كان واضح شديد إنه هو كان يعني في حالة صحية صعبة كويس، وخصوصا بعد ما أخذ الحقنة بتاعت كورونا. يعني هو مر بحالة صحية صعبة جدا. لما دكتور برنامج مريال بنجامين اللي هو بقى وزير شؤون الرئاسة وناس دينغول والجنرالات الثانيين لما أدوا القسم وبعد كده خاطبهم، كان يتكلم وكان يعني في إشارات واضحة إنه الحالة الصحية بتاعته مدهورة. أولا كان قاعد وهو بيرجف، بيتكلم وبيرجف، ده علامة رقم 1 إنه صحته ما بخير. نمرة 2 كان بينطق الكلمات بصعوبة، يعني بيطلع كلام بصعوبة كويس. نمرة 3 يعني وشه كده وارم كويس، وعيونه حجم العيون بقى زايد. نحن كلنا عارفين انه الرئيس ده ما زول ابو عيون، يعني عيونه ما كبار كويس، حجم عيونه صغار، لكن مع الحالة الصحية بتاعته والمرض حجم العيون بتاعته زاد، وكان بيتكلم بصعوبة. وعشان هو زول طبعا زول عسكري ومتعود لقوة بتاعت التحمل والشجاعة والكلام ده، كان بيحاول يتماسك وهو بيتكلم قدام الكاميرا وهو بيرجف، وكان بيحاول يتماسك. وده قبل ما يسافر لجمهورية جنوب افريقيا. فكلنا نحن شفنا الكلام ده الحاجة اللي بوري انه الحالة الصحية بتاع الرئيس غير مستقرة، انه مار بوعكة صحية يعني حرجة كويس، كريتيكال يعني حرجة. فده لازم يكون شنو واضح للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. نحن ذكرنا ايضا انه الرئيس لما سافر الى جمهورية جنوب افريقيا، الغرض من سفر بتاعه ما كان انه ماشي يقابل الرئيس سيريل رامابوسا عشان يناقش معه سير تنفيذ اتفاقية السلام كما جاء في الإعلام الرسمي بتاع الحكومة كويس. ما مشى هناك عشان مثلا نمشي يناقش مسألة العلاقات الثنائية بين البلدين كويس. وأنا قبل قلت في كلامي إنه تنفيذ اتفاقية السلام المنشطة دي ما محتاجة سفر لساوث أفريقيا ولا لكينيا ولا لإثيوبيا ولا أي دولة جارة جنبنا، لأنه تنفيذ اتفاقية السلام الشامل ده متعلق بحاجة اسمه الإرادة السياسية، متعلق بوجود الإرادة السياسية. لو في إرادة سياسية الرئيس هينفذ الاتفاقية دون أن يسافر إلى جمهورية جنوب إفريقيا لمباحثة قضية تنفيذ الاتفاقية مع نظيره الجنوب أفريقي رامابوسا. إذن أنا دايرين نقول شنو بالكلام ده؟ عايزين نقول انه الكلام اللي جاء في الاعلام الحكومي ده بالطريقه دي الكلام ده مضلل للراي العام، والكلام ده كذب، والكلام ده عباره عن تغليف، بيغلفوا زياره بتاع الرئيس ويحاول يدوا اسم ما حقيقي بالنسبه له، يعني بيحاول يلبسوه يعني قماش كده عشان العيب ورا الزياره دي ما تبين. لكن وفقا للمعلومات اللي عندنا، والمعلومات دي يا جماعه ما معلومات خفيه على الناس، المعلومات دي ذاته بتطلع من الدوائر المقربه للسيد الرئيس نفسه. الناس المقربين للرئيس هم اللي بيسربوا المعلومات ده. فلذلك ما بزول يتهمنا انه يعني ان احنا مثلا جايين نناقش وضعيه بتاعت صحه الرئيس في السوشيال ميديا وانه الكلام ده غير مسموح. نعم، نحن عارفين ان الحكومات دائما بتتعمد انها تخفي اي مشكله صحيه لاي رئيس، لكن من حق الشعب دائما انه يعرف الرئيس ده صحته كيف واحواله كيف. من حق الشعب انه يعرف الكلام ده. فما يكون في مساله بتاعت انه يخفوه، يحاول يعني يدسوه من الناس كويس، لانه لو حاولتوا تدسوه يا هو الناس بقى يسربوه، المعلومه دي بيطلع كويس. وبعدين انا داير اقول لكم حاجه، انه بلدنا اللي اسمه السودان الجنوبي ده بلد احيانا المعلومات فوقه بيكون فيها صعوبه، معلومات حقيقيه مرات بتطلعوها في شكل اشاعات، فانت بتكون في ورطه، لو صدقت فكانك صدقت اشاعات، لو جهلت فكانك جهلت شنو الحقيقه. لكن عايزين نقول انه في جمهوريه السودان الجنوبي الحقائق بتطلع في شكل شائعات. وانا ممكن ادلكم برضو على يعني اشاعه كان قبل كده قاعدين بيطلعوا. I'm saying that our problem in the Republic of South Sudan is that facts are always leaked out in form of rumors. مرحبا بك وين ده مريال، مبسوطين نشوفك. Facts are always leaked out in form of rumors, but in the end of the day you come to discover that those rumors were the real thing. اديكم مثال، انا بقول انه الحقائق بيطلعون في شكل شائعات، لكن في نهايه اليوم تيجي تكتشف انه الحقائق ده ياو شنو، انه الشائعات دي ذاته ياو الحقائق. يعني انا اديكم مثل بس بتاع الجنرال توماس شيريلو اللي هو القائد بتاع جبهه الخلاص الوطني الان، لما هو ضابط كبير في بيلفام كان بيطلعوا معلومات وبيقولوا انه زول ده يتمرد كويس، فبيسهر في التلفزيون وينفي انه انا ما اتمردت. مره يجيبوه قاعد مع الرئيس ويقول يا اخي الزول ده ما يتمرد والكلام ده اشاعات، لكن في النهايه الكلام ده جا بقى حقيقه، معناه عندنا الحقائق بتطلع في شكل شنو؟ في شكل اشاعات. ده مثال واحد. مثال ثاني، ياو لما وقع اتفاقيه سلام لاول مره كويس، والاتفاقيه ما بقى ماشي كويس، طلع اشاعات ولسه قاعد في الجوبه انه هو اتمرد وانه هو اتمرد، ونفى الكلام ده كذا مره، لكن في النهايه الشائعات جا طلع حقيقه، جا رجع ثاني كويس لحد ما جا وقعوا الاتفاقيه بتاع السلام مره اخرى. فالحقائق عندنا احيانا في ساوث السودان بيطلعوه في شكل شنو؟ في شكل اشاعات، لو انت جهلته تجي او ماي جاد الشبكه بتاعتي. فده الحاجه اللي احنا نقول اذا المعلومات المتعلقه بالاوضاع الصحيه لرئيس الجمهوريه طلع والناس شايفينه زي اشاعات، لكن ما اشاعات، دي حقائق. والرئيس لما زار جنوب افريقيا مشى هناك انه يمشي يتعالج، ما مشى للكلام اللي قالوا ده، وهو قابل دكاتره المان، دكاتره بتاعته بيقابلهم في ساوث افريقيا مره، ومره بيقابلهم في رواندا، وبعملوا فحوصات وبيكتب له عدوى وهو بيجي راجع كويس. في معلومات انه هو الرئيس بيعاني من مرض بتاع يعني اعصاب، في مشكله في الاعصاب وعشان كده ما قادر يمشي كويس، بيعاني من مشكله في الكلى كويس، دي حسب المعلومات، بيعاني من مشكله في التنفس، ما قادر يتنفس كويس. وفي معلومات اكدت على انه في زيارته الاخيره في مقترح بتاع انه يتم زرع الاعضاء بالنسبه له في القفص الصدري، بالتحديد يعني الاعضاء بتاعت الكبد. لكن الدكاتره الالمان رفضوا الكلام ده وقال انه هذا الرجل رئيس دوله، واذا كان العمليه دي حصل فوق اي حاجه ولا قدر الله انه حصل حاجه فنحن هنكون في وجه القباحه. ورفض هذا المقترح. فده فيما يتعلق بالوضع الصحي لرئيس الجمهوريه، والمواطنين كتار ما عارفين الكلام ده، ومن واجبهم انه يعرفوا الاحوال الصحيه بالنسبه للرئيس بتاعهم. ده من ناحيه. احنا قلنا قبل انه الرئيس ما حدد اي خليفه بالنسبه له، وورينا الاسباب انه الرئيس ليه ما حدد خليفه. الاسباب كثيره. اولا الرئيس ما مخطط انه يكون عنده خليفه، لانه من الناحيه الامنيه كرجل امن بيشوف لو حدد له اي خليفه ممكن قد ياجل بوجوده في سلطه باسرع وقت، لذلك لم يحدد اي خليفه. وهو عنده النيه بتاعت انه يقعد في السلطه يعني حياته كله كويس. الدكتاتوريه المتجذره دي واضح شديد، ولذلك الرئيس لم يعين او يحدد خليفه بالنسبه له. ولذلك اذا كان الاوضاع الصحيه بتاعته اتدهورت كويس، الوضع بتاعته صحي واتدهور شديد وبقى ما قادر يقعد في المكتب ويواصل مهامه كالرئيس بتاع الدوله، فده ممكن يؤدي الى وجود فراغ دستوري، وممكن يؤدي الى انه يعني المناورين السياسيين يقفزوا الى الكرسي بتاع السلطه كويس. ده بيفتح باب بعد كده لحاجات كثيره. وقرينا قبل حاجه في الاتفاقيه بتاعت سلام جونكور قراوا لكم، وقرينا حاجه في الدستور بيقول انه نائب الرئيس هو اللي بيكون الرئيس اذا المنصب بتاع الرئاسه بقى شاغر لاسباب بتاع العجز الصحي او العجز البدني كما هو الحال الان كويس. ولذلك احنا قلنا قبل انه لو دايرين نتبع الدستور فوانيجا يا ممكن يجي، لو دايرين نتبع اتفاقيه السلام رياض مشار ممكن يجي رئيس، لانه النص بتاع الاتفاقيه واضح انه الحزب بتاعه بيقعد وبيجيب زول لو حصل له حاجه، لو الرئيس حصل له حاجه الحزب بتاعه بيقعد وبيجيب زول. لكن جينا اكتشفنا زار انه ما في حاجه اسمه حزب ذات كويس. في السؤال اللي طرحه استاذ جونكو انه ما في حاجه اسمه حزب، لانه الاس بي ال ام ذاته مشتت واس بي ال ام ما موجود. فبالتالي البلد الان امام ورطه حقيقيه، ورطه بتاع انه ممكن يواجه فراغ دستوري، والفراغ الدستوري ده ممكن يمهد لفوضى حقيقيه في الدوله. انه كل الجنرالات الموجودين ديل والنواب بتاع الرئيس اي زول ممكن يفرض نفسه، ومن اقرب المقربين الذين يمكنهم ان يفرضوا انفسهم على زمام بتاع سلطه الجنرال اكول كور اللي هو مدير بتاع جهاز الامن. وقلنا قبل انه زول ده يعني زرع له نفوذ على مدى السنوات بتاعته الموجود به في السلطه، لان عنده المال، عنده سلطه في يده وعنده المال، وقاعد يستخدم الحاجات ده عشان يمكن به نفسه. وتكلمنا عن انه الحكومه فوق التيارات، والتيارات دي متنافسه حول السلطه. يعني رياض مشار ده تيار براو، تعبان دينجا ده تيار براو، الاف ديز ده تيار براو، سلفكير ده تيار براو، وفي التيار بتاع الحركه الاسلاميه داخل الحكومه. كل هذه التيارات اذا ما حدث اي
كده الظاهر النتورك طلع استاذ دنجد برا. وندي مريال اهلا بك، مرحب بك في كونسيرن سيتيزن اوف ساوث السودان. الى حين يرجع دنجد ويكمل، انا داير اديك an opportunity كمان say something to our viewers and then نستمر في النقاش ان شاء الله. اهلا بك.
اهلا، السلام عليكم، سامعني؟
يا واضح جدا جدا.
يا سلام يا اخي، والله انا اشتقت لكونسيرن سيتيزن ذا لي قريب شهرين ما دخلت.
انا عارف يا
حليت المشكله بتاع الانترنت بتاعي وياهو بقينا
تمام.
نشارك.
انت 100% والله اليوم.
بحيي كاميرا جونكور وبنحيي كل المشاهدين وكل الناس اللي في قلبهم التغيير والمستقبل الافضل للبلد بتاعنا. عندنا صباح هنا، انا قاعد اشرب الشاي بتاعي وانا مزاجي الليله رايق. او دايرين نتكلم في موضوع بتاع صحة الرئيس والاثار بتاعه على البلد وعلى الاستقرار السياسي بتاعنا.
نعم.
اوكي. فانا غايته دار اوضح حاجه، ان احنا لما نتكلم في في صحة الرئيس ما بنتكلم من باب انه نحن شامتين فيه او بنتمنى له السوء او بنتمنى له حاجه كعب يحصل له، او زي ما قال هو الشواطين اللي بيتمنوا له الموت ده، نحن ما بننطلق من المنطلق ده انه نتمنى له حاجه كعب.
نعم.
اوكي. احنا بننطلق من منطلق انه هو رئيس دوله، والصحه بتاعه النفسية والعقلية هو مهم للوطن، وهو مهم للاستقرار السياسي بتاعنا، وهو مهم لكل حاجة. فالرئيس يتقدم في السن، وده طبيعي جدا. أي زول ممكن كشخص زيه ممكن يكون عيان، أو ممكن تظهر له أمراض كبيرة ما ممكن تتعالج.
نعم.
لكن حقنا كشعب، وهو من حق كل الجنوبيين قاعدين كله يعرفوا إنه الرئيس ده هو قادر يقود البلد بالصحة بتاعه ده، هو قادر يشيل المهام بتاعه بصورة كويسة وسلسة. ده السؤال اللي هو بيطرحه معظم الجنوبيين. يا كاميرا الدنجي، سلامات يا أخي.
أهلا بك أستاذ دنجي.
أهلا، سلامات واصل الكلام، أنا هاجي بعدك.
أيوه. فنحن همنا كله نعرف إنه الرئيس صحته وصل لياتو درجة. نحن ما شمتان فيه، ما شمات فيه، لكن من حقنا نعرف كمواطنين إنه هو الصحة بتاعه وصل لوين. زي ما دنجيت قال، طبعا في تقدم شديد على مشكلة صحة الرئيس، وده يا دنجيت والمشاهدين ما جديد في أي نظام شمولي دكتاتوري أمني. صحة الرئيس ده بيكون من ضمن أسرار الدولة. ده بيكون من أسرار الدولة، بمعنى المعلومة المتعلق بصحة الرئيس ده معلومة سرية جامد، ما ممكن أي زول ممكن ما يعرفه. أوكي. وده بيقود لشنو؟ بيقود يعني لتكتلات كثيرة. حتى داخل الحكومة بقت في تيارات منتظرين البين ده يحصل له أي حاجة ويجوا بالقوة بأي حاجة ممكن يعملوا الكلام ده. فده نسبة الخطورة هنا. والتجارب دي حصلت في دول كثيرة. يعني مثلا في النموذج بتاع موغابي ده لحد ما طلعوه من السلطة ما في زول عارف انه هو مريض بشنو، ولا في زول عارف انه هو يعني صحته والإدارة بتاعه هو وصل لوين ذاته عشان هو يقعد في الكرسي ده بانتخابات. هو مريض وما قادر يجيب المهام بتاعه وبينتخبه. كذلك عبد العزيز بوتفليقة لحد ما هو قاعد في الكرسي، الدولة ما قادر يقول للشعب انه الراجل ده صحيا ما قادر يقود البلد، الا طلعوه بثورة شعبية. ودي سيم ثينج، نفس الفكرة بتاع مبارك. اوكي. دي كلها أنظمة.
برضو رئيس وزراء الإثيوبي ميلي زيناوي،
رئيس الوزراء الاثيوبي بيأخروا عملية التغيير دائما، بيأخروا عشان يقعدوا فترة أطول في السلطة. وبعدها يا أخي، وأنا من بعد الطوفان لو مات. والكلام ده في دولة زي جنوب السودان ده ما بيجيب بلاوي كثيرة جدا جدا، لأنه نحن لحد هسه نحن في الطور بتاع تأسيس الدولة، ما عندنا جيش موحد، ما عندنا ايفن الايديولوجيه الكبيره اللي بيقدر يوحد الناس. وده الخطوره هنا، انه لو الرئيس حصل له اي حاجه هسه، هل المؤسسات الامنيه دي حتتماسك ويجيبوا رئيس جديد، او هم حيخشوا في صراعات في حول السلطه؟ ده الخطوره بتاعه هنا. فزي ما دينجي قال، ان احنا قلقنا كله ما على صحه الرئيس براه، لكن على الاستقرار بتاعنا كدوله وكشعب. ده كله الكلام اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم فيه، ونحن ما شمتانين فيه. من حقه يمرض، من حقه يتعالج، لكن من حق الشعب انه يعرف الرئيس ده هل قادر لاداره الدوله وهو مريض، هو قادر يجيب المهام بتاعه وهو مريض. والكلام ده يعني في الخطاب بتاع بور لو لاحظتوا في بور يعني الكلام بتاعه كله لما تشوفوا انه الزول ده ما منسق الكلام، وانه بس هو بيتكلم ويقطع في اي حاجه. بمعنى شنو؟ الكلام ده كله الاثار بتاعه بينعكس في الشعب، زي الصراعات اللي قاعد تحصل في كل مره، ده زول قتلوه وزول سرقوا حاجه بتاعه ما في زول بيتكلم فيه. فنحن يا جماعه ما شماتين في صحه الرئيس، نحن دايرين نعرف انه الرئيس ده حالته وصل لشنو، والشعب لازم يعرف عشان نقدر نكون مستعد لو حصل اي تغيير. ده الكلام اللي احنا دايرين نوضحه لبقيه المشاهدين، لا شماته ولا نحن ما شواطين يعني. فيا دينجي
الو يا
ايوه
لو كومريد
بالضبط كده وندي مريال. عشان كده انا قلت قبل we are not witcheries. نحن ما سهارين وما نبقى سهارين and we'll never be. لكن the matter الموضوع ده بنتكلم ده matter of concern and it's so important لزول غيور اي مواطن جنوب السودان غيور لبلده. ما داير يعني البلد ده يمشي للشتات، ما داير ناس تموت، ما داير economic crisis اللي احنا عايشين فيه ده، الوضع الامني المتازم ده، ما داير البلد بتاعنا كينيا يشيل منه وجنوب افريقيا سنترال افريقيا زي ما استاذ دنجيت قال قبل يشيل منه السودان والدول دي كلها تشيل منها. هو بيكون غيور، هو بيكون داير استقرار، هو بيكون بيعاين للمستقبل. احنا ماشيين وين؟ فده ما سحر ولا ماكري. يور رايت. انا بشكرك كل الشكر. ده دي فرصه للاستاذ دنجيت عشان يكمل عندنا ممكن نرجع ثاني. دنجيت تفضل.
يس، فنبدا من حيث انتهى الاخ الاخ وين دمريال.
نعم.
الانظمه الشموليه بتتعامل بالصحه بتاعت الرئيس. اذا الرئيس يتعرض لاي واقع صحيه بيتعاملوا معاه بتكتم زي ما نحن قلنا في البدايه قبل. ومن الامثله اللي اوردوا الاخ بنضيف برضه المثال بتاع رئيس الوزراء الاثيوبي اللي هو ميل الزناوي اتوفى في 2012 في اخر 2012. الزول لما كان عيان اتكتموا على الموضوع ده، اتكتموا عليه خالص ودسوق من الشعب. لكن الكويس انهم كانوا مرتبين بيته. لما نتوفى ما حصل اي فراغ دستوري. جاء زول اسمه حيلي مريم دسالين وقاد الشعب بتاعه لحد ما جاء سلم السلطه لزول الموجود هسه اسمه ابي احمد. فده التعامل بتاع الحكومات الدكتاتوريه مع المرض بتاع الرئيس. فنحن كنا بنقول قبل انه الصحه بتاعت الرئيس ده لو يتدهور وصل لوضع حرج جدا ما بخليه تاني يقعد في المكتب. ونحن قبل ذكرنا انه الرئيس الان بقى ما بيقعد ذاته في المكتب بتاعه بتاع جيوان، عنده ركوبه كده عملوه في البيت وخدوا فوقه مكيف وخاتين صور حقه هناك وصور لجوان قرن ومحل كده مفروش قاعد يقعد فوق جوا بيته. يعني ده المكتب بقى جوا البيت. وانا كنت قاعد اقول قبل انه يعني المكتب او القصر بتاع الدوله اللي هو الجيوان والله بمسافه رميه حجر بس من بيته. كويس. وده كله شنو؟ ده كله السبب بتاع انه الرئيس ما قادر يمشي مسافات طويله. موضوع بتاع ركوب عربيه ونزول ما قادر له تاني. عشان كده بيجي يشتغل تحت الركوبه وبقى بقابل مسؤولين بتاع الحكومه هناك. كم مره قابل وزير الخارجيه هناك، وزير الصحه، كم قابل ديفيد شيرر هناك اللي هو الرئيس تاع بعثه الامم المتحده في البلاد يعني. والصور موجوده على الصفحه بتاع الرئاسه. يعني ده ما تاليف مننا. الزول داير يشوف الركوبه ده يمشي الصفحه بتاع الرئاسه هنا في الفيسبوك، الصور ده موجود. الرئيس بقى ما بيقعد في المكتب طوال. يبقى شنو؟ الوضع الصحي بتاعته يعني وصل لمرحله احيانا ما بخليه يمشي المكتب. والناس اللي جنبه بيسربوا المعلومات دي. يعني كويس، المعلومات نحن قاعدين نقولوا ده دي معلومات قاعدين بيسربوا الدوائر مقربه له. كويس. نحن ما عندنا مثلا تقرير طبي في يدينا، لكن المعلومات دي بيسربوها الناس اللي عارفين، الناس اللي جنبه. كويس. فمن حق الشعب برضه شنو؟ انه الكلام ده يتعرف عشان البلد ما يدخل في شنو؟ في سيناريوهات نحن ذكرناه. السيناريو بتاع انه هيكون في صراع على السلطه، هيكون في انقلاب عسكري والسلطه يتشال بقوه، او هيكون في في خليفه بالتوريث اللي هو ابن الرئيس. ده ممكن يحصل كويس، ما حصل في تشاد. شفنا ادريس ديبي بعد ما مات في المعركه طوال ولده بقى نائب رئيس، بقى رئيس مجلس عسكري ورئيس جمهوريه يعني كويس. فنفس الحاجه دي ما مستبعد انه يحصل في جمهوريه السودان الجنوبي. وده الحاجه اللي بيهمنا هنا شديد كويس، اللي بيهمنا شديد يعني ده الساحه بتاعت الرئيس. وكنا قاعد نقول انه هو انسان، يعني هو انسان زيه زي اي واحد مننا، وكانسان كلنا بنمرض، اي زول بيمرض، لكن من يمرض انسان موجود على سده الحكم، وانسان بيخلق تحول في حياه بتاعت الشعب كله بقرارات اللي هو بيصنعه، قرارات اللي هو بيصنع مصير الشعب. عشان كده نحن هنا نتكلم في الموضوع ده. فده هيمهد للفوضى في البلد. ونحن كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ما ناقصنا مشاكل. مشكله بتاعت الحرب نحن كلنا شهدنا، ما دايرين حرب ثاني، ما عايزين عدم استقرار ثاني. ده رساله دايرين نرسله هنا. دايرين نقول برضه شنو؟ يعني الخليفه ما يجي بالوراثه. نحن رافضين الكلام ده. نحن برضه رافضين انه ما يحصل يعني استيلاء على السلطه من قبل الحركه الشعبيه او الرموز بتاع الحركه الشعبيه اللي قاعدين، رغم انه الحركه الشعبيه بقى ما موجوده يعني وجوده المعروف كويس. نحن رافضين الكلام ده، ومن هنا بنعلن انه التغيير او الحل لقدام عشان ما يقدر يكون في انتخابات نزيهه وحره والصادقه، يقدر يطلع لنا الرئيس قادم الى الامام. التغيير لابد ان تاتي الرياح بتاعت شنو؟ رياح التغيير، ويجرف كل من على سده الحكم في البلاد، وهذا التغيير بالضروره يفضى الى اداره سياسيه جديده في البلد. ده الرساله اللي نحن دايرين نرسله لكل الناس في هذه الليله، لكل الناس. فدي لابد يكون شنو؟ لابد يكون واضح يا شعب بتاع السودان الجنوبي، انتوا شعب بطل، انتوا شعب الجبار، صنعتوا العجائب. الناس اللي قاعدين في رقابنا ديل وبيكتلونا كل مره، بيشتتونا، بيرجعوا البلد لقدام، لابد انهم يمشون عشان مع البلد ده يرى النور. انا هقيف هنا ونخلي الزميل والرفيق ويندي مريال يواصل شويه.
شكرا استاذ دينديد ايوك لتعقيب ولتوضيح باللغه العربيه. انا داير ادي فرصه لاستاذ ويندي مريال عشان تواصل، وبعد كده نحن هنجي نعمل خواتيم، ندي خواتيم لدينديد وندي لك خواتيم كمان. تفضل يا ويندي مريال.
يا شكرا استاذ دينديد. اكزاكتلي زي ما انت قلت، يعني نحن ما دايرين النظريه بتاع التوريث، النظريه بتاع الخليفه. يعني غالبا اللي بيخلف الرئيس من النظام ذاته بيكون من نفس البيروقراطيه بتاع النظام، او من نفس المنظومه العسكريه والامنيه من النظام. لو حصل توريث داخلي، لو التوريث داخلي او حصل يعني السلطه ادوه لواحد من داخل المنظومه بتاع كير، وغالبا بيكون الجنرال ولا فريق كولوكور او اي زول عنده قوه ضاربه بيقدر يسيطر على الاوضاع ويفرض واقع جديد. ده الكلام اي جنوبي خايف منه. وفي حاجه داير اقوله، في قصيده لامل دنقل قاعد يقول: لا تحلموا بعالم سعيد فخلف كل قيصر يموت قيصر جديد، وخلف كل سائر يموت دموع سدى. اوكي
عليك.
فالكلام ده داير ينطبق في جنوب السودان. داير ينطبق للاسف لو نحن ما قدرنا نقود التغيير الحقيقي اللي احنا دايرين نعمله في الدوله بتاعتنا. فالدكتاتور كير حيجيب دكتاتور ثاني، والمعاناه والحرب
هيجيب كير مياردي 2.
كير مياردي 2. اوكي، وده احنا ما دايرينه. وفي حقيقه تاريخيه معظم الجنوبيين تناسوها، ان احنا شعب محب للحريه في كل الاوقات بتاعنا، محبين للحريه.
نعم.
والدليل على كده الثورات القدناه كله من ضد المستعمر الانجليزي والتركي والمصري والعربي، كل الصراعات دي كلها بيأكد لنا انه نحن الاراده بتاعنا للحريه هي اقوى من اي نظام دكتاتوري. الحرب الاولى بتاع 45، الحرب الثانيه بتاع كرم بتاع 85 اللي هو اللي جاب الحكومه الحاليه ده بيأكد انه نحن شعب بنحب للحريه، ما بنحب واحد يجي يقعد لنا في رقبه بتاعنا ويقول يا هو البنك فوجود. حتى السلاطين بتاعنا كانوا ما بيحكموا بالدكتاتوريه الحاصل ده، كانوا بيحكموا بالكلمه وبالحق وبالعداله. اوكي، فنحن شعب محب للحريه، والحريه بتاعنا ده للاسف النظام جاء استغل القبيله عشان يدمر الشعور للحريه ده. هسه بقينا مشغولين بقبيله بتاعي، بعشيره بتاعي، بكل حاجه بتاعي، ونسينا الهدف الاكبر لنا كشعب، نسينا التاريخ بتاعنا. التاريخ بتاعنا تاريخ كله حريه وعداله ومساواه. احنا ما بنقبل انه نظام بتاع كير يورثنا ثاني لكير 2 وكير 3 وكير 4 والمعاناه ده تتم. السيناريو المتوقع زي ما دينجيت قال، نشوف السيناريوهات اللي حصل في دول العربيه، الربيع العربي، يعني بالمفهوم البسيط كده، التوريث الداخلي للسلطه اللي هو الزول اللي بيقدر يقود الدوله بعد لازم يكون من الاقربون للرئيس، يا ابنه يا مرته يا ولد عمه يا الدائره بتاع الدم داخل النظام ده، هو اللي بيورثوه السلطه عشان النظام ما ينهار. او الانقلاب الداخلي، انه واحد من التيارات بتاع الحكومه الائتلافيه بتاع كير ده يفرض واقع جديد، انقلاب جديد ولا انقلاب ابيض ولا اي زول من الجيش يفرض واقع جديد.
نعم.
النظام الثاني انه نظام الفرضيه الثالثه، وهي الفرضيه اللي هو اقرب للواقع ناو بتاع الجنوبيين، انه الرئيس يموت في السلطه بدون ما يمهد عمليه الخروج، وده اقرب للواقع. سكير ما داير ينظم الشعبيه ولا داير يدي خارطه بتاع طريق عشان هو يموت مثلا ويسيب خليفه جنوبيين عارفينه، ما داير يقول الكلام ده. ونحن عارفين لما جابوا نيال كانوا بالمفهوم ده انه كيرا around it and we have to push him away a little bit and bring a younger man to lead the country. الفرضيه ده عملوا له كراش فور جود. التيار الاصلاحي داخل اي جي انتهى بالسقوط بتاع نيال، ما بيقدروا يجيبوا خليفه ثاني. فالفرضيه الاخير ده انه الرئيس كير حيموت في سلطه، وانا ومن بعد الطوفان ضد النظريه الحاصل حصل انه انا اموت في السلطه ولا يحصل انا داير اموت. ما
فاضي اللي يحصل، ناس يتقاتلوا، بلد يتشرد، يحصل مشكله ما مشكلته.
وكلام ده بالمناسبه قالوا في احد المناسبات بتاعه انه يا اخي الناس اللي بيقولوا هنا يطلعوني بالقوه ده، انا البلد ده والله بخلي لكم زي واحد ضربوا عربيه.
ايوه
هتلموا في اجزاء واحد. اوكي، قال الصومال يكون اكعب مننا. ده لو طلعوه بسلطه من برجاله او بثوره شعبيه او باي حاجه، ده الكلام اللي قاعد يقوله، وده المفهوم الحاصل. فالفرضيه الاول اللي احنا قلناه انه الرئيس حيجيب خليفه وريث له داخل الدائره بتاع الدم المقرب زي ولده جابه ده، انه ما تدرج السلم بتاع السلم الوظيفي في الدوله، وبس جابه سخنوه شويه ودخله في جريد 2. اوكي، بدون تراكم بتاع اي خبره، بدون اي مناسبه. وده محاوله اخيره ويائسه على فكره، يائسه شديد في بلد زي جنوب السودان ده. الكلام ده ما قاعد يحصل. حتى السلاطين بتاعنا اللي بيورثوا ابنائهم السلطه ده هو ما سلطه بتاع اداره، هو سلطه روحيه. اوكي، بيكون بتاع بني بيت. بني بيت ممكن يجيب ولده عشان الكجور ده هو هناك. لكن في جمهوريه او في وطن ده زي جنوب السودان ده يعني يجيبوا لنا مملكه من جديد كده، ما في زول بيقبل الكلام ده، ما في زول بيقبل. اوكي، فالفرضيه بتاع انه يورث ولده السلطه ده، الفرضيه ده ضعيفه جدا. حتى التيارات اللي هي متحالفه مع كير عارفين الكلام ده. في ناس بيضحكوا هسه انه كير جاب ولده، وولده احتمال يسيطر على الاجهزه الامنيه ويسيطر على الدوله ويسيطر على الاسرار بتاع الدوله، وبعد ذاك يا اخي كير لو مات يحصل السيناريو بتاع تشاد، انه يتجاهل الدستور ويزيح نائب الرئيس ويزيح ريق مشار برا ويزيح الرئيس بتاع المجلس اللي هو رئيس البرلمان، المفروض يكون هو الرئيس لو مات الرئيس فجأة. يزيحوا كله ويجيبوا الولد الصغير ده اللي ما عنده خبرة عشان يغض البلد. الفرضية دي الواقع ما بيأيده، حتى التركيبة الاجتماعية بتاعنا ما بيأيد الكلام ده. الفرضية الثانية انه هو حيحصل له انقلاب، لانه غالبا قالوا الاسد الكبير لما يفقد اسنانه ويفقد المروءه بتاعه ويكون قاعد بس ذو الاكل، الاولاد بتاعه الصغار ديل بيقلبوا عليه وبيقتلوه عشان هو ينفردوا بالإناث والسيطره. والكلام ده في داخل المنظومه البشريه قاعد يعني موينيتين دي كثير. وبقى هيدك لإبربان كي نيوج مرات بيخنقوا عشان هو بيداب يعني يمشي بدري والناس ترتب امورها بسلام.
لكن نو ده من جد الوعي زمان يا هو ان توك كبير يا بقول لك انتوا تفنوني لايف يا لكن من جد this time they don't even want to give room. تفضل.
ايوه. ففي نظريه قالوا في تومونجا قالوا مطون دي كان بقى بمعنى شنو؟ الفحل اللي ما قادر يجيب ما قادر يركب الانثى بتاع البقر بيعملوا له شنو؟ بيطبحوا له الكجور ويجيبوا طن جديد اللي هو الرئيس جديد للجروب بتاع البقر ده ويقدر يمسك السيطره. ده الكلام اللي قاعد يحصل هسه في جوبا ده، انه كير ما قادر على الامن، ما قادر على الاقتصاد، ما قادر على السيطره للحياه العامه بتاع الناس، ما قادر يجيب فكر يدير به البلد او ايديولوجي يدير به البلد، ما قادر يكون رئيس يعني الجنوبيين يعني يكون ملهم لكل الجنوبيين. الصفات دي ما فيه. فبالتالي التيارات زي كالاكور هسه بيبني له جيش كامل، جيش مسلح كامل يعني موازي للجيش الشعبي زمان ده. الزول ده تفتكر الجيش بتاعه ده هو يعني عشان سواد عيون الرئيس الفكير؟ ما عشان وكله طرد بتاع ملون عوان مهندس من الكلام ده. طرد بتاع نيال هو كله هندسه من الجيش بتاع كالاكور ده، هو مهدد للرئاسه ذاته ومهدد للرئيس. والكلام ده صرحه كثير بتاع ناس جين كانسل ده، لانه نحن بنتفق لكن في عيال صغار كده بيجي بيقعدوا مع الرئيس وبوظ الرصه كله. اوكي، ده كله شنو؟ كله تمهيد على اساس انه ممكن يحصل انقلاب داخلي داخل المنظومه بتاع الرئيس الفكير ده. والانقلاب ده لو حصل
تتذكر التقرير تتذكر التقرير الامني اللي ناقشناه في الفورم هنا، كان ركزنا استاذ دنجي ركز فيه شديد. الناس اللي بيقولوا دائما كلام اللي احنا بنقول ما كريدبل، اي حاجه احنا بنقول هنا في الفورم هنا ما كلام ساكت، كلام مدروس وعندنا كريدبل انفورميشن. التقرير الامني اللي كان كلمنا هنا ودنجي ده عمل فيها تعليق جدا جدا. الحصل شنو؟ التقرير الامني اللي كان عمل هنا كونسبيرسي اجينست نيال دينج نيال، مش كلام ده طلع حقيقه، في نهايه جاء طلع حقيقه ونيال جت فايرد يو نو واكل كوريا عالم السيناريو ده كله كده. تفضل.
في معلومات بيقولوا انه ذاته التسريب الامني ده هو كان يعني اضر بالنيال اكثر من ما يفيده،
وده الهدف
اوكي،
وده الهدف صحيح.
جينا ناقشنا الضار والعاطفه بتاعه جاء اتضح في النهايه انه النيال ده شخص غير مرغوب فيه في جيوان. لاسباب في نفس يعقوب، يعني ما في زول دايره، ما في زول داير تغيير في جيوان، او المافيا الموجود حول الرئيس ما داير عمليه بتاع التغيير ده انه يجي كده بس، وهم غالبا حيطلعوا من جيوان، ما دايرين الكلام ده. بين ده يموت ونحن نقعد والرئيس الجديد يجي ويلقانا. ده الكلام اللي قاعد يحصل هنا.
وندي مريال لقطه حديثك
كل
القروش
الفرضيات انه انقلاب.
وندي مريال لقطه حديثك القروش. تذكروا يا جماعه انتم لما نرجع ورا شويه احنا كنا قاعدين نتكلم منه المال السنترال جفرنر اوف سنترال بانك اوف ساوث السودان كان عمل ارجيومنت في ميتنج بتاع مجلس شنو الرئاسه. اوكي كان عمل كلام وقال يا جماعه القروش ما بيوردوها في هنا في بنك الوطني. The money is not deposited. القروش قاعد يمشي جي 1 وحس على وزير الماليه وبترول انه قروش يعملوا ديبوزيت. اوكي احنا عرفنا الموضوع ده وانا اتكلمت فيه سنين انه قروش ما قاعد يمشي في البنك الوطني، قروش بيمشي جي 1 ورئيس يوزع للناس اللي داير يوزع. النقطه الثانيه نيالو كنت مشت جي 1 السنه اللي فاتت، نيال لقى قروش في كونتينرز، في كونتينر فيه قروش. رئيس عارف، رئيس ملم بالقروش ده لان في قروش بودوا لها كولكور. طبعا الناس كولكور عنده اوبن باجت. اوكي اوبن باجت، في قروش بيمشي لتوت كاو، في قروش بيمشي للنواب الثانيين، وفي قروش هسه حاليا as I speak to you نايل بيت قروش ده كله بيمشي لحساب الرئيس. credible information. قروش ده كله بيمشي للرئيس. اوكي هو هناك بيحدد في جي 1 يدي مين وما يدي مين. سونيال وكل لقى قروش في جي 1 في كونتينرز. what did he do؟ ومشى للرئيس قال له يا بني في قروش هنا الكونتينرات فيها قروش، ده قروش بتاع منو؟ الرئيس عمل فيه like you know like he doesn't know. طيب ناتوك تلقى بنكي. that was his response. So he was acting like هو ما بيعرف لكن he knew. هو بيعرف قروش ده، هو بيعرف. So he was not happy with Nial by the way. Nial saying that قروش ده قاعد هنا ليه؟ يبغى يعني بوري على انه رئيس هو كان جاي يعمل كذا وبيعمل كذا. في النهايه مثلا نيال كتب في امر الواقع فقال له يا قروش خلاص تلقى يد بنكي، خلي قروش يودوا البنك. Right? So he tried something. I know he tried something, but it didn't work in his favor. It didn't work in his favor. وده السبب اللي بخلينا دائما اقول للناس، الناس اللي بيقول يا اخي رئيس كيف ده ما مشكله، الناس اللي حوله. لا ما هو you have to have guts. انت ذاتك انت عندك guts. انت if you are not interested الكلام اللي بيحصل ده انت ما هتعمله. انت هتقول لا I have a legacy. لكن because يده ملطخ بدماء هو جزء من العمليه دي. that's why ما في اي مشكله يجي يقول يا اخي ده بنك كويس وشنو والناس اللي حوله. No انا هسه جون كورا if I'm in charge حولي who is he? I am the boss, right? You got to do what is right. If you don't do it get out from here. I don't see your face. ما ممكن انا اكون chairman اكون رئيس وانا بيمتلك القرارات وقال في ناس جايين يسيرون. ده كلام كذب ما بخش العقل. when a leader start doing the right thing الناس اللي حوله they will do the right thing. you know معلش انا شلت الفرصه دي نضيف فيه لكن دايرك تكمل عشان المستاذ دنجي يكمل. في فيديو هنا I want to play it. الفيديو بتاع المرة في مدينة أول she's appealing to authorities إنه يا جماعة we have suffered enough. There's no food, there's no health, nothing. Okay?
Yes.
هنا القروش بتبيعوا oil millions of dollars بيجوا and you are having fun in Juba building high-rise building. يالكم بتودون برا بياكلوا برا نسوانكم يودون برا. Okay? And people are suffering and she's pleading, appealing, إنه we need help. كمل وانا بعد كده انا بعمل play وانا داير اشوف تعليق بتاعكم. كمان موضوع بتاع ميان the most radical ridiculous minister المجلس شال ميسي ده الوال من ميدان كوره. انا عندي فيديو بتاعه هنا كمان ماشي مدينه اول and actually he took advantage of peacefulness of people in مدينه اول وما شال مره في ميدان الناس قاعده يلعب كوره في ميدان وكل الناس قالوا ليه يا اخي انت تتصرف تصرف زي ده. قام ضرب سلاح فوق عشان كده المره اللي فاتت انا قلت يعني لو كان عمل الحركه دي في الليج ستيت wouldn't be talking about other historic today. لكن thank God وما عملوا في الليج ستيت، مش عملوا في مدينه اول. I have his video. لكن mostly انا داير اعمل play الفيديو بتاع السيده دي the one that appealed.
خلاص play this video and we'll have our comments and we'll make our conclusions.
Exactly, and we want
very good. Including this issue, man, we'll make our comment.
Okay, let me go ahead and play.
Let me finish this topic and then we will play it.
خلاص finish. Go ahead and finish.
Okay.
Okay. خلاص الكلام البسيط انا اقوله انه العمليه بتاع الانقلاب داخل النظام نفسه اوكي ما بيقدر يجيب التغيير الحقيقي الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان بينشدوه، وانما هيأخرنا تاني لسنوات سنوات جدا جدا عشان النظام ده يستقر، يمكن 7-8 سنة، لانه في جهات كثيره ما حتعارض اللي هو الانتقال بتاع الانقلاب ده، ونحن شفنا الانقلاب يعني في حول العالم، يعني ما في بقى ما مرغوب فيه كثير حتى داخل الاقليم بتاعنا كافريقيا او في اي دول ثانيه حول العالم ما مرغوب فيه، ودائما بيجيب لصراعات دمويه ما قاعد ينتهي. اوكي، نفس اللي حصل لادريس ديب ده، انه هو عمل انقلاب وما قدر يصلح، ما قدر يبني دوله ديمقراطيه بيحترم حقوق الانسان وبيحترم الديمقراطيه اللي كان بينادي بيه لما كان هو في الغابه. اوكي، ما استحدث دوله حديثه. بسيم مع نفس الكلام بتاع معمر القذافي، نفس الكلام بتاع مغابي، كله ما جاب نظام ديمقراطي مستقر، ما انتج اي حاجه.
نعم.
اوكي، ودي من ضمن الاسباب الناس صارت عليه او الناس ضغطت على انهم هم يطلعوا من السلطه كمنظومه ما كشخص. اوكي، انا عارفين المنظومه اللي بيقودها كير هسه هو منظومه عن الناس بتاع المصالح او انتهازين لدرجه كبيره جدا، ما عندهم علاقه مع اي يعني مطالب بتاع الشعب داخل الشارع. اوكي، الفرضيه نمره 3 ان احنا بنقول انه لو الرئيس مات مثلا لو الرئيس مهد لخلافه، او مثلا لو عرف انه في السنوات الجايه ده ما بيقدر يقود البلد بصوره كويسه، هو المفروض يبدا بالعمليه بتاع الانتقال. والعمليه بتاع الانتقال ده لازم يكون خطوات عمليه، ما شعارات او ما اقتراحات بيجيبوا ويقولوا يا اخي نحن دايرين نيال يغود ودايرين نيال يجيبوا ودايرين ملونغ عوان يجي يغود المنطقه، يجي يغود الدوله. الحاجات ده ما بيجيبوا كده. هو المفروض يعملوا الخطوات، يعني زي الاتفاقيه بتاع السلام ده حسها هي فرصه انه الناس تعيد الصياغه بتاع النظام اللي بيقدر يقود لمجتمع ديمقراطي او مجتمع فيه تنوع بتاع الاحزاب. اوكي، فهو ما قادر يعمل الكلام ده، ما قادر ينظم الحركه الشعبيه، ما قادر ينفذ الاتفاقيه بتاع السلام ذاته بالذات الشط الامني بتاعه، ما قادر يدي الصوره حقيقيه انه هو بيمهد البلد لتغيير جاي. كل الاقتراحات اللي جابوها باءت بالفشل كله. فبالتالي الفرضيه اللي احنا قاعدين فيه ده هسه انه هو الرئيس ده داير يموت في الكرسي، واللي بيحصل بعديه ده ما مشكله بتاع الاحياء مننا، يعني الناس اللي بيدفعوا الاخطاء بتاع النظام بتاع كير ده. فنحن بس دايرين نقول للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان انه يا جماعه النظام ده ما قادر يبني نفسه، ما قادر يصلح الحزب اللي جابه. يعني من 2013 ولا 2012 ده السكرتاريه بتاع الحركه الشعبيه معطل كله بالسكرتير العام بتاعه. ما في شغل تنظيمي حاصل ولا في شغل فكري حاصل فيه، بقى بس حركه بتاع ويي لكن فارغه، ما عنده اي سياسه. فالرئيس داري يقعد في السلطه، داري يموت في السلطه، والباقي بعد ذاك يتشاكلوا تقعدوا كشعب، تقعدوا كقبائل، تقعدوا في يعني كتيارات متصارعه، ما المشكله بتاعته. فده بيقودنا للطرح اللي بنقوله انه النظام ده كله لازم يمشي بدون خليفه ولا بخليفه او بتمهيد سياسي. النظام ده ما بيقدر يجيب لنا الدوله اللي احنا بنحلم به او الوطن اللي احنا حاربنا به كل الحروب الاهليه ده عشان نقدر نثبت انه نحن اولى بالحريه من غيرنا. النظام ده ما بيجيبه. فبالتالي يا جماعه يا شباب جنوب السودان، النظام ده لازم يمشي بكل المعاني، لازم يسقط كله، ونحن نجيب حكومه جديده بتاعت تكنوقراط، حكومه بتاعت افكار، حكومه بتاعت وطن ما دوله، وطن يعترف بالتنوع بتاعنا ويعترف بالحقوق بتاعنا، الحقوق اللي ناضلنا بها عبر التاريخ كله. لازم ده الحقيقه بتاعنا، انه النظام ده يسقط بكل الرموز بتاعه، ما في حل ثاني. وده حصل وجاب نتائج.
يسقط حكم الحركة الشعبية، يسقط حكم الحركة الشعبية.
يسقط حكم الحركة الشعبية، يسقط حكومة الذل، يسقط حكومة الهوتيل، يسقط حكومة الجوع، يسقط حكومة المرض،
يسقط حكومة الدكتاتور جنرال سلفاكير، يسقط حكومة رياك مشار، يسقط ثوار،
يسقط كلهم. كل الرموز بتاع الحركة الشعبية ده لازم يسقطوا. ده الدولة اللي احنا بنقدر نأسس فيه مجتمع ديمقراطي عادل، دولة قومية أو دولة وطنية يشملنا كلنا. يعني تسريب السلطة أو مثلا إنه أنا أدي السلطة لقريبي أو أديه لزول من الريجن بتاعي مثلا، ده ما بيقود لدولة، ما بينتج دولة. احنا دايرين مجتمع حر متنوع فيه كل الأحزاب السياسية عندها حرية شاملة عشان تقدر نقود البلد. لكن الدكتاتورية بتاع الحركة الشعبية الكير قاعد يخطنا فيه ده اللي هو مفهوم الدولة الواحد. يا أخي لو مفهوم الدولة الواحد أو مفهوم النظام الواحد والدولة الواحدة والجيش الواحد، احنا ما عندنا مشكلة. لكن كده ابني لنا الطريق، جيب لنا المدارس. ولا الدكتاتوريات الناجحة يعني بيعملوا كده، انت بتضحي بالحرية لكن بتقدم الخدمات للشعب، بتقدم الخدمات للشعب كالصين فور اكزامبل، هو دكتاتورية لكن دكتاتورية ناجحة. ما عندهم احزاب، ما عندهم برلمان فيه حزب ثاني، في حزب واحد بس في الدولة اللي هو الحزب الشيوعي الصيني. لكن الحزب الشيوعي الصيني ده قادر يعمل ثورة صناعية داخل الصين، قادر يجيب القطر، قادر ياكل الكم بليون نسمه ده، قادر ياكل له كم
السلام عليكم.
ما عندنا مشكله يكون دكتاتوري. سلام ما عندنا مشكله. لكن كده جيب لنا الطريق، جيب لنا المدرسه، جيب لنا المستشفيات، ادينا نسبه شويه من الحريه. وبعد ذاك يا اخي جيوان ده اكله كله، زي ما قالوا انه المصاريف كلها مؤسسات الدوله كله القروش بيودوا له جيوان، لانه الفساد انتشر داخل الدوله وما قادرين يسيطروا عليه. فبالتالي القروش لازم يكون قريب للرئيس عشان الرئيس يقدر يتحكم فيه. الله ده ما حصل بالتاريخ ذاته. حتى الاباطره الامبراطوريات الكبيره ده كان ما بيجيبوا القروش في القصور بتاعه، كان عندهم وزير ماليه بيقدر يتحكم في القروش ده. لكن للاسف يعني حصل في جنوب السودان انه قروش الدوله بيودوهم في مؤسسه الرئاسه. والتقرير الاخير بتاع المراجعه العام اللي هو كان مخصص للدراسه بتاع النسبه بتاع 5% من القروش بتاع البترول اللي بيمشي للمجموعات للكوميونتي. القروش ده ما كان بيمشي للكوميونتي، وانما كان بيمشوا للقيادات السياسيه بتاع الحركه الشعبيه اللي هم ما من المنطقه ذاته، يعني ما من روك ولا من علانيل ولا من بنتيو. اوكي، تخيل انه البنك المركزي بيطلع تصريح انه القروش ده يطلعوه من نسبه 5% ويدوا لي فلان بدون وجه حق او بدون سبب. اوكي، الكلام ده من ما نحن استغلينا وشغال كده. عشان كده لما انت سأل انه فاريا ما في كهرباء ولا في مستشفيات ولا في مدارس، اللي هو روين ان جنرال، ما في مدارس. القروش اللي كانوا المفروض يعملوا بالكلام ده ياهو القيادات السياسيه بتاع الحركه الشعبيه بيقسموا في بيناتهم. ونحن قلنا في المنبر ده قبل كده انه في مافيا بتاع البترول متحكم بنسبه 5% ده، والمافيا ده هم اعضاء في الحركه الشعبيه، اعضاء تنفيذيين، ما عضو ساكت، ما مشارك غير ساي، ما عضو بتاع وياي، هو عضو تنفيذي. اوكي، معناته ملم بكل الاوراق المرتبط بانتاج النفط. It's very shocking يا جماعه، it's very shocking جديد. وانا نيال كان جريء شويه انه يسال الرئيس الكونتينر بتاع القروش ده بيعمل شنو في داخل جيوان. وطبيعي جدا انه يطرده لو عرف السر ده، يعني لانه المجموعه حول الرئيس قد تيتبين كده، اللي هو تيتبين بالمفهوم بتاعه انه الناس اصلا بتاع القروش دارين المصلحه بتاعه يمشي، ما دارين يبنوا المستشفيات ولا دارين يجيبوا لكم الطريق ولا دارين يجيبوا لكم الامن. فانا قلت الكلام بتاعي يا جماعه، انا ما اعرف لو جونكور اللي هو قاعد، انا قلت الكلام بتاعي انه النظام ده يعني ما بيقدر يجدد نفسه. وانا قلت قصيده قبل كده،
انا موجود،
انه النظام ده بقى زي دموريه، لا بيصلح لا بيتخيط لا بيجيب سلام ولا بيحارب فساد، وما فاضل الجندي الواحد ما فاضله. هنا الجندي ده ياكل من وين، يشرب من وين، ويقعد وين، ما في زول شغال به الكلام ده. فطبيعي جدا جدا انه الناس الشرفاء في المنظومه بتاع كبير يسقطوا، لانه المافيا اعظم واقوى من الدوله نفسها. المافيا بتاع الفساد قروش البيت، انه مناطق بتنتج للنفط، لا عندهم كهرباء، لا عندهم مويه، لا عندهم طريق، لا عندهم امن. فالنظام ده بكل رمته الفاسده والنافعه فيه لازم يمشي. وده الشعار بتاعنا كنحن كشباب، انه ما دايرين تغيير نصكم، نحن دايرين تغيير شامل يقدر يقود لدوله وطنيه نحن بنقعد فيه في مساواه وعداله وحريه. فشكرا لكم يا جماعه.
شكرا.
يسقط حكم الجنرال. يسقط حكم الجنرال. يسقط حكم الدكتاتور. يسقط حكم الدكتاتور. يسقط حكم الفاشل. يسقط حكم الفاشل.
يسقط حكم الفاشل.
يسقط كلهم. حكومة الهوتيل، حكومة الهوتيل،
تسقط حكومة الهوتيلات.
الشر، حكومة الحرب، حكومة الفساد لازم يسقط.
حكومة الفشل، حكومة الكجر.
فجونكو انا خلصت كلامي.
شكرا. يا انا اشكرك وندي مريال، اشكرك كل الشكر لكلامك المقيم ده. انا بطلع وبعد كده هنا مستمرين. I welcome my dear brother, Moses Makir.
Let me make my conclusion.
Yes, but can I add the video so عشان انت تعمل فيه تعليق وبعد كده تعمل conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah, let me go ahead and add this video عشان نسمع زي ما انا قلت قبل المعاناه ناسنا بيعانوا، والناس في جوبا they are enjoying the wealth of the nations. So انا داير مشاهدين بتاعنا ياخدوا بالهم في ده. الناس قبل اللي بيتكلموا يقولوا يا اخي SPLM can rule 100 years. الناس دايما they are thinking for the short term. دايرين بس to be employed, and if his uncle or his relative ولا النسيب بتاعه ولا whatever working there and then he's getting a little bit and then خلاص وبيشوف this is it. يعني he doesn't care about those who are in rural area who are suffering day and night. Let's listen to this woman from Northern Bargazal, what she's saying.
I am not hearing the voice. aliu aku yena en yete yen to yi kan chere ko na jak a che twa ga jal jare to ni ro ka chin na chok tem dong ka chin lo ben boy ka nyol ba le chok ni gudu dong ka nyol ke.
So are you guys saying that you are not hearing?
No, yeah, I'm hearing now. Thank you.
Okay.
Boy ko en tir kan ku yena che to yen chu ka chak ben yu ben che to ka chu kwen ko chi dal kwar kriye ben chu wi ben ko chin ka ku yo ko ga chi tab ko ga chi bo ga ida kayen ka tung lui pat chin ka ben lui ka de ku ben ngi ka bo ko aliu aku yena en yete yen to yi kan chere ko na jak a che twa ga jal jare to ni ro ka chin na chok tem dong ka chin lo ben boy ka nyol ba le chok ni gudu dong ka nyol ke ni chu gal da ko ri chu ben tet ti ka ya ware kya na le na akudo chu kud war ko chu da men na le dal ke yen ke ne log chwa ba log ni chimen en ya wi ba ya en chak log ti ra no en ti giro sin gan en ki boy ko kin kin ka dang wa chi ta bo wa ta ko ko nyo ko pat li kin ka de ko ben tin ka de bo ben do de li to wa go en dom to wa dun wa ku den bu chi twen bu gal jer ka chi den chi bu twen nen na le twen ka ti ka wa ko pur ku bi riaw wa pa dire ke la gwadat kala kin ku chu kwan de tin pa ku chu yok tin pa le ben ra bi ko wa re o chi ta wa chi ka chi ta ka yen ken en ku yen ba la o de ro po de ka ka ko kin na ki chu ta bo ga chi yin kwa ni pe di ro ke da kin ke yen ken la rum ra da kin lo go chwa ko ki di ko ki chen liu ka tin mo e ku ja te kya ko chi dal ga chi ken ka yen o ko wa chi wai kwa a chu dal ben ke mi kwan ti chi ma ta o ke wa ta ba pe man ye lo ye chwa kin ka le cho la kong twa nó cũng biết cha cái rung có cái chi ở gang tuần gan này thế cái ô cái cô mía nó cũng bù ra bù cái bal quá nét vui chứ mình có tí cái này là cái phu đó có quyền cái nhiều pha dữ liệu chứ pha thì cho miếng chả bơi đó cái pha dữ liệu chứ chúng ta là bên pin ra phát cái này nó ra rồi cái nó gọi chứ pin queen của gọi chứ đặt khu đồ can chứ lại chứ tục chỉ tên cái chứ tục bên là khu đồ hòa khí đen chuẩn của bên lang ở khu đồ bên bị chạm lúi liệu cái này cái chỗ gia ta quan cái chỗ gia giọt phút yêu cái gia luôn muốn nhìn đất nhà lấy chỗ coi à chính biết quan thì cho quanh phút để riết cái sức bị vô coi để riết đàn là các cái thì đó bố chạc đốt nên cũng với tổ can cái wow nim gia còn cái của cái nữa nên cái gia luôn can cái nào lưng miết quả à chỗ đâu quả chút tóc quả chỗ quay trâu ngủ bù lôi có bù lôi quả liu đèn cái chuyện nhà bữa chăng đây là cái phố đèn châu đặt bung đống một cái đèn lên quay chuyện hay mới giờ có lôi quả cái đặt quả tạm quả lôi trâu nên cái lôi can cái
Dang it, you have heard it. You have heard, the suffering people, suffering mothers, who is saying that, I hope God can touch their hearts. God put, so they can look this suffering. Drought that can hustle. While some people are benefiting from the nation wealth, the majority, those who contributed their goats, their cows, Zura Bitam, this liberation struggle, are suffering. Those are the citizens in rural area. Monjeng, the Dinkas, that sometimes, here is a protector. You see them.
My dear compatriots, the people of South Sudan who are watching this live video, you have listened to a woman from northern Baragazal who is talking about a wild vegetable that they go and collect. She's talking about their own suffering. She's talking about the fact that they are surviving on this wild vegetable and that it is becoming very rare. They are not getting it due to drought. So this is how our people are living in South Sudan. This woman is just from northern Baragazal state. And since they are suffering this way you have seen, and she's calling on God that God touch their hearts so that these conditions of ours can be changed. If this woman is suffering and talking about that one in northern Barghazal, now imagine the situations in the other state. Try to imagine the situation in Upper Nile. Try to imagine the situation in Jonglei, in Lake State, in Eastern Equatoria, in Western Equatoria, in Juba itself, in Warab, in other parts of South Sudan. This is just one example from northern Barghazal. People are suffering. Our people are dying under this government, this failed government of General Salva Kiir Mayardit. That's why we come here and we talk about change. A change that will rescue our people from hunger, starvation, from suffering. A change that will rescue our people from insecurity and instability. A change that will rescue our people, the local, the civil population in the rural areas. The situation currently is that those who are in Juba are enjoying the wealth of the country while their people, the people whom they claim to be protecting, the people whom they claim to be running their own affairs are suffering, and they cannot get something to survive on except wild vegetable. And we have all seen that wild vegetable which the woman was holding in her bowls, and she was talking about it. That one is an example of suffering. We are all aware that the prices of basic commodities in all our markets are rising up, and the civil population is decrying the increase of the prices, but to no avail. This is the situation General Salva Kiir and the SPLM government have led our people to. And that's why we say, down, down Salva Kiir, down, down General Salva Kiir, down, down SPLM government. They have to go to the dustbin of history. Enough is enough. It's a high time for us to send them to the dustbin of history. We have talked about the health conditions of President Salva Kiir Mayardit, and we said that President Salva Kiir has no intention to hand over power, and this one may pave the way to chaos and insecurity and another civil war in the country. And we said that we, the people of South Sudan, are not ready for any other civil war, insecurity, and instability in the country. So the plan of Salva Kiir Mayardit is that he would like to live until he dies in power. And then one of the three possible scenarios will happen. Either his son inherit the throne from him, or General Okolkor make a military coup and take power by force, or the other general will take power by force, and then when there will be war. And if this happens, which we don't wish actually to happen, if this happens, the neighboring countries will encroach over the territorial integrity of the Republic of South Sudan, as it is the case now. Because when there is chaos, when there is chaos, then the neighboring countries will now get a chance. And it is very clear in the African proverb, which says, when the brothers fight, it is the strangers that inherits the land. So this is what is going to happen. That's why we said this one should not be allowed to happen. We have to rise up as the mighty people of South Sudan and say enough is enough. Their end must come. So let us come together as the people of South Sudan to speed up that day. The bright day of change must come, and a new republic, the second republic, must be born. A republic where there is justice, equality, a republic where there is prosperity, where there is respect for our diversity, a republic where there is a chance for our children to go to school, for our civil population to get health services, a republic where there is transitional justice, where justice will be the order of the day. So this is our message. In our final analysis, President Salva Kiir Mayardit is leading the country to the de facto policy. All right? President Salva Kiir Mayardit is leading the Republic of South Sudan to a policy that we call the de facto policy, so that he dies in power, and then the warlords will again strip over power, and the country would be thrown back to war. This is the message we are talking to our people. This is the message we are passing on to you, and this one should not be allowed to happen. So thank you very much. God bless all of you, and God bless the Republic of South Sudan. I will leave you the show, Mr. Jonkor, but Brother Makir will continue with you. I had a plan in conclusion to read a poem I wrote in 2016.
Okay.
You know, in July 2016, when the country was plunged to war, I wrote a poem in which I denounced war. It is in Arabic, so excuse me, my English audience, to read this in Arabic. القصيدة اسمها حكم البارود. حكم البارود ده حكم بتاع العساكر، حكم بتاع السلاح. أنا بقول فوقه: أنا وطن نازف، أنا وطن نازف، في صدري رصاصة غدر، في جبين عيار ناري غادر، جرحي يسيل دما بلا معين ليلا ونهارا، جسدي مباح للألم وأنا لا أتكلم. أنا في محب الرياح، في محبه يجتاحني تياح، الكوارث تأتيني واحدة تلو الأخرى، هذه هي الثانية وقد مضت الأولى، العاصفة عصفت بي ولا تزال تعصف بجسدي، وسط النيران أتلوى واهتز، سقط سقف بيتي من شدة الاهتزاز، الذي ملأ الفراغ بين السماء والأرض، حل ظلام كثيف وكعيب، اغتيلت الأرض اغتيالا، صرخت النساء المذعورات وبكى الأطفال المرعوبين. أنا الآن وطن غارق في بحر الخراب، فور الانشطار الأميبي في معسكر حكام البارود، انهمرت الذخيرة زخات كالمطر، رأيت الشلال مباني متناثرة في العراء، تحول وطني لأكوام من الأطلال، أطلقوا أعيرة نارية لقتل إخوتهم الأعداء، فأخطأوا الهدف وأصبت أنا في المقتل، سقطت قتيلا رحل السلام والأمان، حل الخراب صوتا، حطمت الآمال على إثر الاقتتال، شد الجميع الرحال بحثا عن السلام الذي اغتيل بدم بارد في بلاد بعيدة، تاركين حكم البارود، حكم البارود، حكم البارود خلفهم، باسطا الجبروت، باسطا الجبروت. حينها أبصرت وجه القمع فوق العرش ملكا، رأيت تنكيل ملكا على أرضي، رأيت ردى إمبراطورا على تخومي، تأملت أركان إمبراطوريته التي ارتدت ثيابا قرمزية، ثم قلت في نفسي في إدانة واستنكار: سيرحل الظلام مهما طال أمده، سيرحل مثل الغيمة، سيرحل إلى الأبد، سيرحل. شكرا.
سيرحل حكم البارود. دنجر أيوك. شكرا. شكرا رائع جدا جدا. أشكرك كل الشكر لهذه القصيدة، يعني عندها معنى very very touching. دائما وأبدا يعني you turning the point. بشكرك so phenomenal.
Thank you. Thank you. Ustaz Dengdit, before you go, I salute you. Thank you so much. You are a great blessing to South Sudan. You are an asset for the whole continent of Africa. The struggle continues. Salva Kiir must go. Thank you for your input.
يسقط الجنرال. يسقط الفاشل. يسقط الفاشل. يرحل حكومة الحركة الشعبية. يرحل حكومة الفساد. يسقط حكم الجنرال. السلام عليكم.
اهلا وسهلا. شكرا جزيلا. شكرا استاذ دنجيل ايوب. استاذ موزيس مكير اهلا بك. Welcome to Concerned Citizen South Sudan. مواضيع كثيره جدا جدا. We talk a lot, but then I want to give you this an opportunity also to weigh in, and we move on from here. So Ustaz Moses, go ahead.
Ustaz John Kormayol, I would like to thank you as always. You love the country, you care about our people, the deprived people of South Sudan, and you are putting a lot of energy, ideas in this. So we thank you so much for your effort and continue to do good for your people. I would like to thank all the viewers of Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. We are sorry for the technical problem last week. But thank you, Jonkor. Again, we are here because of your effort. We thank all the viewers wherever they are in Africa, in diaspora. I have many things to say, but it is the time that would allow it. But I thank you for welcoming Dengdit and Windit Marial. They have said a lot.
Yes.
And we can start. If you have a question, just ask. Or if you want me to start, then I can talk. Thank you.
Yeah, you can go ahead and talk, actually, because you know the topic of today, we are talking about the presidency between the health conditions of the president and the power struggle in the inner circle. Who is the next president? These are the issues that we have been discussing. His visit to South Africa, and because just disguise people in the media and try to camouflage, in order to get away with that, and that's what happened exactly. But President Kiir sought a medical, treatment in South Africa in reality, and he met with his doctor from Germany. The plan actually was to have a transplant, liver transplant, but unfortunately it did not happen because those doctors, they don't want to take that responsibility. They don't want to bear it because they make it clear that since he's the head of the state, they don't want to be blamed. So I want you to weigh in on that regard. So if in case now if something happened, who would be next? Because we don't want to be living in this state of chaos. And that's why we are talking about this issue today, Moses. And because a country must have a strategy, and we have to strategize, in case something happened. That the neighboring countries, Sudan and Uganda and Kenya, Central African Republic, Congo, they are eyeing in South Sudan land to grab because it's the land that have minerals, it's the land that have natural resources. If there is a power vacuum in South Sudan becoming another, turmoil, why not? They are going to grab. You see, Amati is already, expanding, and they can grab more and more and more, and they have been doing this. So yeah, these are the issues that we are talking about today, and that's why I said we are not wisheries. We are concerned, and the health of the president is a matter of concern of every citizen in the country. If you really love South Sudan, if you really care, then you want South Sudan to be stable. So please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Ustaz Jonkor. This is what I can say to our beloved people of South Sudan. First of all, we in the United Citizens for Change, we don't wish people to die. So let me make that to be clear for people in J1 and the other less understanding government supporters that will be putting their comments there. We are not wishing President Kiir to die, full stop. But what we are saying here, there is history in Africa that most African leaders, they died in office. For example, there are 14 presidents in Africa since 2001 up to 2021. Africa has lost 14 presidents while they are still in the office as president or a prime minister. So that's why we are worried. What happens if a president dies in position? It leaves power vacuum in the country. And if there is a power vacuum, it can lead to chaos, political chaos in the country. This is why most countries that are developed or developing countries, they prepare ahead, they plan ahead. If the president of a country or a prime minister of a country is sick, they will plan ahead. So أنا عايز أقول بالعربي نانو ما بنتمنى لرئيس جمهورية جنوب السودان سلفا كير ميار عشان يموت. ما قاعدين نتمنى له، ما في زول بيتمنى لزول يموت. لكن عايزين نقول شنو؟ في 14 رؤساء ماتوا في السلطة وهم لسه في رئاسة في أفريقيا من 2001 ل 2021. 14. And we want South Sudan to plan ahead. لأنه قاعد يقول شنو؟ الفشل في التخطيط هو التخطيط للفشل. If a country or the government or the ruling party is not planning ahead and put an end to the possible power vacuum and the political chaos that can happen if the president dies in power, then we don't have leadership. That's why we say every time President Kiir as a leader and his revitalized government, they must go. They are not planning ahead. They want the country to be in chaos because that's where they get their interest. So we are saying to the revitalized government that expect political chaos in South Sudan if President Kiir died in power. Because the SPLM in G, they don't want to prepare themselves and to give leadership to the next person in the political party. So that person can take over from President Kiir, and so that President Kiir can look after his health. As a leader in the world, your health is the first priority in life, not the presidential office. Therefore, you must plan ahead. Because they say if you fail to plan, failure in plan right now is a planning for failure. So the SPLM in government, if they don't have a plan, I'm telling you, we are telling you here in the United Citizens for Change that you don't have a plan for President Kiir to exit peacefully so he can look after his health. Then we are saying there, your failure in plan is a plan for failure. We have already failed as a nation because of your failed leadership, and you want to add more failure, more political chaos on this failure. So this is what I can say. President Kiir want to die in power because he loved to see people of South Sudan in chaos. Why does President Kiir want to stay in power until he died in office, like the other 14 presidents in Africa? The other 14 presidents in Africa, they were either assassinated or killed or die as sick in the hospital. For example, if you look in 2001, the son of president killed his own father. Joseph Kabila killed his own father, Lawrence Kabila, in 2001, and he became the president. So that's the president that was assassinated. And in 2021, you have heard that the president of Chad, Idris Deby, was assassinated. So from 2001 up to 2021, 20 years, over the last 20 years, 14 presidents died in power. And if you analyze and see what happened after those 14 presidents died in power, it is all political chaos and looting. Because the day the president died in power, all the reserve money in the central bank and all the other money, then the public money will be looted overnight. They will be looted overnight. Yes, they have already looted the oil money, but they will loot more and destroy it more if President Kiir, the day President Kiir died in power, they will loot everything. This is why we are worried. We are not interested in President Kiir dying. We are interested in him being alive and taken to court and be accountable for all the crimes that were committed under his leadership. And we are not saying that he must die. We are saying he must go, leave the power. Go to your house in Nawan or in anywhere in Juba there or Eritrea or in Kuwait or come here to Australia as a refugee or as a businessman. Leave the country to the people so they can choose a better leader, a leader that can take the country where the people want the country to be. So we are worried about what is going to happen since our president is not taking care of his health, and the people that are controlling president. I've asked a question: why do they want Kiir to die in power, or is it President Kiir himself who wants to die in power? The answer is both. President Kiir himself wants to die in power, in office, and those crooks, those psychopaths that are using President Kiir's legacy of 21 years in the liberation, those people want him also to die in power. Because Nazil Shutar, and they are crooks. يعني مستغلين يعني سلفا كير نضال بتاع سلفا كير في 21 سنة عشان ينهبوا البلد. So they think those crooks, those public thieves, those public looters in Juba, that are, some of them are listening to me, the heartless public crooks in Juba that have looted the oil money and the non-oil revenue for the last 15 years. They want President Kiir to die in office. And President Kiir himself want to die in power. And I will go into detail. Why does President Kiir want to die in power, and why does those crooks in a circle of President Kiir, or those of Akolkor and other people like Thomas Maboto Mamur or Kwal Manyang or Awen Akot, all these big top leaders in SPLM, they have interest if President Kiir continue. First of all, President Kiir himself, why does he want to die in power? One, I think my brother Dengdit has mentioned this, and when did the Marial? First, President Kiir dare khut nas fi siyasa ardal waqi. When people are sad, then they will say, let's have sympathy and let's reward President Kiir by putting his son, Teek, to be the president of the Republic of South Sudan, like what happened in Chad. So this is what President Kiir has in his mind. Second, why President Kiir want to die in power?
Not only in Chad, in Korea, in Korea, Shimali also, Kim Jong-un, the rocket man, you know?
Yes, that's in other,
he was a son
part
of
the
dictator.
world. Yeah, in North Korea, Kim Jong-un died in power and he put his son. But in Africa, all over the world, there are 17 leaders who died in power, all over the world. Out of 17, 14 are in Africa. So thank you, Jonkor, for bringing that example of the other three leaders who died in office, and North Korea leader Kim Il-sung died in power and he put his son. But 14 out of 17 are president who died in power while they were still president, with the exception of the Ethiopian leader. He was not he was first a president during interim period, and then became a prime minister. So Meles Zenawi. So, but the rest are president. So he want his son, Teek, to be put as the president of Republic of South Sudan post President Kiir death, when President Kiir is out of this world. That's what he wants. That's the reason why he went with his son to Jonglei to tell people this is the next president. Be ready for him. And to brainwash my in-laws board that many nyanduan because Emon Janglel aran chenera chiran chentoch. As well mind Khalo and is missing a lot of things. So this young man, I know him. He was in Adelaide here in Australia. He's a good boy. He's educated. He can be a leader, but not through this dodgy means of bringing up a leader. He can contest as a leader. He doesn't have to wait.
Right. That's right, Emma Wani. And also Syrian, Hafiz al-Assad, Makhata Bashar al-Assad. Hafiz al-Assad died here in America. And then he put his son. And his son now, look what he did. Look what he did to the country. Look what Bashar did. Bashar is a product of Hafiz, because Hafiz was a dictator. He's the one that formed Hizb al-Ba'as al-Arabi. I forgot. Thank you, Emma Wani, for bringing that up.
Yes.
Now what happened to Syria? Some dictators.
I actually have shared this last week, the list of 14 leaders who died in power in Africa from over the last 20 years. Over the last 20 years, from 2001 to 2021, from Laurent Kabila of Congo to Idris Deby of Chad. And we know that there was a president who died in Nigeria, and then good luck came in West Africa. In East Africa, we have Zenawi. That's an example, you see. And
but the good thing about Zenawi allowed the political party to take process, to do process, and bring in the silent Haile Mariam. And the silent Haile Mariam finally been pressured by the party, and then Abiy Ahmed came. So at least you can say there is institutionalization of the power there in Ethiopia. Unlike the others, he died, he put his son there. And this is what President Kiir wanted to do. He wanted to die and leave people of South Sudan in chaos. And then, like you said, his son is there. He fired Nial because he has heard a lot of voices. People are saying that Why not? Let Nial take over so he can bring people together at least, and then we can have a credible election. But that's not his interest. His interest to see South Sudan diminish for good.
Yes.
For
so
good.
those two reasons, that's why Kir want to die in power. And then I will go to why other crooks want Kir to die in power. And then I go to other question. So President Kir want to die in power so he can inherit, his son can inherit the presidency. But I know we Sudanese or South Sudanese, we are not a kingdom. That's why I said you remember last year, I say a statement here, and some people think that I was not fair. I said that President Kir is not a dinka. I did not mean he's not a dinka. I say President Kir should be from Luo, because in Luo there is kingdom in Sholo. So if President Kir was from Sholo, yes, if he died in Sholo kingdom, the next person will come. But sorry, for Nuer and Dinka, we don't have kingdoms. We will never accept that. Even if other people accept in South Sudan, we don't have a kingdom, and we will never have a kingdom in the Republic of South Sudan. And mark my words. So if President Kir is dreaming that his son will be a president after he died, that is wrong, and it's very sad for him to think like that. He should leave now. If he want his son to have a political future, leave now and resign. That will give a room for his son. So upon the board, na korbaya bemendo ya banyin ban Kir ke board mendo, amen. Bajala mak kubenang opportunity bemendo ben kum. But na yin to banyi kujulen mendo blog ban chibra. Because even in the Bible of Dinka, we don't have the word king. We borrowed the word from Arab called Melengir. The same thing in where they don't have a king. They have prophets, Panjit or Munde. So that's why President Kir want to die in power. He want his son to succeed him. Second reason, he want to go to heaven for God to deal with him in terms of justice. He doesn't want to go to ICC. He doesn't want to go through what Bashir has gone through to be put in jail. So he better died with all the crimes that were committed, the genocide in 2013, and all other human rights abuses, and all the public, the looting of public money. So if he dies, everybody will put the blame on him, and then people will forget. But let me say this. President Kir, we don't hate your son, but we are saying that it is not going to happen. We are not a kingdom. Atenwek and other people, Atenwek, these little political demons in J1, he said that let people in social media, he was referring to us, Jonkor, that there was no favoritism or nepotism to appoint President Kir, Tik Salva Kiir Mayardit, Tik, to be in grade 2. Do you know, for some people who are listening here, they don't know what grade 2 means in civil service. Let me explain to you. So you see, and compare these psychopaths, Ustaz or Molana Atenwek, what he was saying. It was wrong. He was put there in grade 2 simply because he's the son of president. Full stop. He did not went through the public service grade. First of all, in South Sudan, the lowest grade is grade 17, Murasala, Jonkor. And then go to grade 16, and then grade 14, up to grade 9 is when you are a graduate from university. You have a bachelor degree. The first grade they put you in is grade 9. So if President Kir want really his son to go through grades, we can refer back to how many years do you spend in one grade from grade 9, as he's a graduate, I know, with a bachelor degree, should start from grade 9. and then grade 8, and then grade 7. And then from grade 7, he will not go through grade 6 because he has a bachelor. He will go to grade 5, and then grade 4, and then grade 3, and then grade 2, and then grade 1. And then grade 1 is special. I will explain this. So I'm explaining this to you, Tenwek, and the others who think that there was no nepotism, there was no corruption. Why they put Tik in the position? They are putting him to be the next president of the Republic of South Sudan. So they are jumping grades. If you have a bachelor degree, you start from grade 9. When I went to South Sudan with my master's and experience here, I was put at grade 8. Grade 8. So ahead of me to reach grade 2, let me explain. With my master's degree, and I finished my master's in 2012. 2012, when Tik even was still struggling to get a bachelor or a master's degree. I finished in 2012, 8 years ago, with my and I worked here, and I was put in grade 8 in South Sudan. That is after grade 9. Then I was ahead of me to reach grade 2 that President Kiir's son is in, is grade 7. I have to work for 3 to 4 years to go to grade 7, and then grades. I will not go through grade 6. I will go to grade 5, and then grade 4, and then grade 3, and then grade 2. If each grade, that would take me about 20 or 15 years to reach to grade 2. But because he's the son of president, he doesn't need to work as a civil servant for 20 years to reach grade 2. There are people who have worked for 30 years in South Sudan, they have not reached grade 2. And let me explain. Grade 8 is an inspector. Grade 7 is a senior inspector. And then all the way up to grade 3 or grade 4, you can be a director, Jonkor in South Sudan. And grade 3, you can be a director general for in a ministry. Atakun mudir alam. Grade 3 and grade 2. Grade 1, you would be under secretary of a ministry. Atakun wakil bita wazara. Yan wakil bita wazara da there mean grade 1 or 1 is special. They just put something called 1 is special for accommodation when I was there. So when you are under secretary, from then you have reached the highest level in civil servant. But how long did Salva Kiir Mayardit serve as a civil servant to reach grade 2? I was giving my example, not because I want to show people or compare myself with the son of President Kiir, but I can say that in terms of who graduated first, I graduated first in 2012. I finished my master's in 2012. And I was put at grade 8. So I tell you what, I was put at grade 8 because I was not the son of president. I can tell you, yes, I'm a Dinka, but it doesn't work like that. So if you want to lie to us, I tell you what, that there was no nepotism. He was working in foreign affairs. What does he know about foreign affairs? To be put in foreign affairs as in that grade.
Yeah.
So this is all to prepare the gentleman to be the president. This is why they put him in grade 2. So the next grade is grade 1. He can be under secretary. And from under secretary, you will see him. You can even jump under secretary. You would see a degree as him becoming the minister, a minister, one of the ministers, and now that would prepare him to be a president. So this is why President Kiir want to die in office. He want to prepare his son to come as a president.
Absolutely.
And second,
Moses?
yes.
I was going to ask you a question here, because since now we talk about these issues, and then the problem is still going on, and it is a matter of concern, of course. That's why we brought it up, to talk about it, to allow to let other South Sudanese understand how important it is. It's not a matter of, why you talk about the health of somebody and all these things. And I said this from the beginning of the program. If Salva Kiir was a private citizen, we wouldn't be sitting here and talking about him. But he's our president, he's a head of state, he's in charge of people, and his decision is affecting million people live. That's why we have to concern. South Sudan has been through difficult time, and we don't want that to continue. That's why we have been advocating for a very long time. We want to get an end to all this crisis in our country. Now that, given the fact that we talk about this, people now let them know that actually they don't want to tell people, because if I tell people, people are going to say I'm sick and blah 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 and all this thing. But now, you gotta let us know, because you are the president. If you are not president, we don't care. You are sick, you are whatever, we don't care. But we care when you are president, because you are in charge of me, you are in charge of others, you are in charge of the affair of the country. That's why. Now, given the fact that it is obvious that the country is suffering from the consequence of leadership failure, according to the finding of national dialogue, what is the way forward? This is my final question to you, so we can wrap it up. What is the way forward? Now we know they are not transparent. National dialogue came out and it is clear, and there is a failure. But what is the way forward for the people of South Sudan? Moses, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Sir Jonkor. Yes, I will wrap it up, and because you have started earlier. But thank you for asking me that question. That's the best question we always answer in this show and in other shows. Yes, so I was just going there to that corner to take people to understand why President Kiir was going to board with his son, and why his son was promoted from, instead of being a senior inspector in grade 7 or grade 5, they just put him to grade 2 because he's going to be the next president, according to President Kiir's plan. And according to those groups, they want Kiir to continue, because they know they can loot the country, because Kiir is always locking himself in J1 and in hotels. He doesn't care, he doesn't visit, except when Gerald called and when I could talk, he visited Bor. But I wonder why he did not visit Rumbek or Warab or Gok, where Akud is.
Yeah, Gok.
But he tried to go there, because his uncles are in Bor. They are not Leg State. So the man has been prepared, believe me or not. This is the way forward to me. My fellow South Sudanese, we don't come here because to just talk for or to react to issues. We come here to predict what will happen, to analyze
and strategize.
Yes, and to make you aware what are the games that these political criminals and political demons in J1 are planning. They want to be in power, and they want to make sure if Kiir is not there, they want to bring somebody who is lenient, who is weak, like President Kiir, so they can continue to loot, to take oil contract, to loot oil money. You see, like what the report of corruption that has been released. So people talk about 5% to the 2 to 3%, 2 plus 3% of community money that should go, oil money that should go to Ruweng area and Malut. But people are not talking about 95%. The report talk only about 5%. What about, we want the general auditors to give us the report for 95% of the oil. This is the request from the United Citizens of Change. Then we will really honor you. Yes, you have done a great job. You have given us a corruption report about the 5% of the oil. We need 95%. And I've read the report. One of the auditors said, yes, 95% 95% of oil revenue. If we release this report, some of us will be mad. So my fellow citizens, this is what I'm saying. Let us ask ourselves 3 questions so we can know how to move forward. The first question we need to ask about President Kiir revitalize a government or SPLM, regardless from SPLM in government or out of government, which is IO, and the revitalized government. If we ask yourself, and if I ask myself, can if you ask President Kiir and the government, does this government care for us? No. Does this government of President Kiir, since 2011 or since 2005 up to now, does the government care for us as the citizen of South Sudan? No. Then why do we have to keep that government that does not care about you and your children, and does not care about women, does not care about the wounded soldiers, does not care about orphans, does not care even about SPLA, those who liberated the country? So this is a very important question every and each South Sudanese should ask. Does this government of President Kiir and his brother, Dr. Riek Machar, does this government care for us? If you find the answer no, then I'm going for the next question. Does this government help our citizen in rural areas where 80% of the people, the population is not helping anyone? They are killing themselves through cattle raiding. They are killing themselves through intercommunal and communal conflicts, and the president and the government are not helping. Even Murle were killing themselves with the Bor with the Lawnware. President Kiir has never visited them. Even during the war, when people were fighting in 2014 in Bor, Yor Museveni came and visited because he cared for his soldiers. President Kiir never cared for his soldiers. He never came to Bor to visit them during the tough times. He can only come during the good times when he wants to sell and promote his son. He can only come to Bor during good times when there is no gunshots. He has not even done what the Chad president did. So people can say, Kiir is a hero. Now we can put thick. Because if Kiir would have gone to Bor during the war, when Lawnware has captured Bor, and if they kill him, we will say Kiir is a hero.
And actually, the president of Chad was blindfolded by the rebel, because according to the report that I got finally, actually, rebel, they said that we wanted to negotiate. And he was shot on the negotiation table, actually. He wasn't killed
But actually, they want to make him to be a hero. At least he has the courage to go there to negotiate, not in Navasha, like President.
Would Salva Kiir do that to negotiate with those police?
Salva Kiir will not accept to negotiate even in Freedom Hall or in Wow. He will never negotiate with anyone in Wow or Malakal. He can go to Addis Ababa, to Khartoum, to Nefasha and Machakos. This is what we know about President Kiir. So he did not visit people because he did not care about the people. So we know somebody who care about you or about us if they visit you during the tough time. You see, when people were dying in Bor, but not when the flood even has gone down and everything is all right. People are dancing for you, and then you want to go. Go during the time when people cannot dance, when people were swimming on water. Then we will know you care about the people of South Sudan and Bor. So if the president does not care about you and his government, forget it. There is no way we are going to keep quiet here and say we have to wait until Jesus Christ comes. Jesus Christ is not going to come soon. Let us fight for our rights.
We don't know.
The last question we need to ask. He's not going to come soon. Jesus Christ will come when everybody in the world has believed in Jesus Christ himself. I do believe in second coming of Christ, but I was just making a political statement here, so don't take me out of
No problem.
the faith.
I'm not gonna go there.
The last question is: we South Sudanese, ask yourself, can we trust the government of President Kiir to lead us for another 5 years or 10 years? Can we trust SPLM government? If your answer is no, then why should we allow them to continue to loot our oil money, non-oil revenue, to continue to, head knocking our citizens, our tribes? Why? So they don't care about us. They don't help our people, the vulnerable community or people, and we cannot trust them. Can we trust them? Can we trust President Kiir? If we cannot trust President Kiir, why would we trust his son or a Kolokor? The third scenario that a call is going to take. And let me tell you, if President Kiir cannot make it, a Kolokor will come. Mark my words. A Kolokor will be your president in South Sudan. You psychopaths in Juba. He is going to make it. He's now negotiating with the Equatorian, giving money to most of Equatorian South. And most less understanding Nuer and Dinka. They have been paid a lot of dollars now by a Kolokor to join him, to make sure that he's going to be the next president if the first scenario of his son fails. So the president and the government that does not care for you and your people or your properties, the government and the president that you cannot trust, what are you waiting for? This is why we in the United Citizens, we have said that enough is enough. We are going to wake up every morning and struggle through peaceful means. We don't support violence. We don't support war. We want President Kiir to go peacefully, in peace, not in pieces. We want people to live their normal life when President is out. And we say President Kiir and revitalized government, they all must come to an end, because this is a project of looting our money, our people money. This project of revitalized peace agreement government is just for looting. It has nothing to do with the interests of the nation. It has nothing to do with the stability of the country. It has nothing to do with the future of the country or the present. It is just a tool for looting the public oil money and the public non-oil revenues, and the tool to borrow more money from outside in our names that this generation and the coming generation will pay, and the tools to kill and to rule by guns, as my brother Dengdita said, thank you so much, Jonkor. I would like to give a chance to my brother. I thank you all the viewers. We said we don't wish Kiir to die, but we wish him to have plan. الفشل في تخطيط هو تخطيط الفشل. Failure in plan is a planning for failure. So if this government is not having a plan for Kiir to live before he died in office, then they are planning for more failures. Yes. The failure they are in already. I salute all the comrades, all the respected citizens and concerned citizens of South Sudan. And may God bless South Sudan. May God bless you, Jonkor, and Dengdit, and Wendy Demarial, and all the concerned citizens. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, my brother, for coming in always, and enlightening us with a lot of information, valuable. I really, really appreciate you coming on. And with that, Wendy Marial, welcome back. And I want to bring Dengdita Ayog as well, because actually video but Zola build the most ridiculous ministers. This is this is the guy that, this is the guy that actually he went to the bar one of the days. He went to the bar in Juba and he gave people hard time in bar after he got drunk, and then he started crying. عمل مشاكل في بار وسواق بتاعه كان ما في سواق بتاعه كان طلع. This is credible information. يا جماعه قاعدين نتكلم مساكن. Okay, that case has gone. Also, this is the guy that he went ahead and took a loan from the dealer V8, SUV cars, and failed to pay them back, to pay the dealers, didn't pay them. And all of a sudden, when the dealer wanted to confiscate their cars back, they reached Arabatu, he went ahead and he wanted to fight. You remember when we play a video here, the guy that quote unquote Qatar, Qatar, you remember? This is the guy, meaning that in English, kick their asses. And there is no point to borrow somebody thing and you don't want to pay them, and all of a sudden they want to get their thing back because you are not paying, you failed to pay, and then you're saying that, oh no, kick their asses. They shouldn't even be coming here. This is the guy. This is the Peter Mayan. Of course, he's related to the president. He has done a lot of things. Now he went to Northern Barghazal, I believe last week. His wife, she's a great player, Ashol Missy. She played very good. She played in soccer in Northern Barghazal. Alwell Missy, sorry. I don't know why I keep calling him Alwell Missy. So Alwell, she played very good. يا اخي ميدان مليان ناس، يعني ما في برنامج ناس يعمل شباب بيعملوا كوره، لان ما في شغلانيات، ما في حاجات كتير. he said even يتكلم مع الناس، ماشي ميدان وماشي شال الندى، اصر انه لازم مرته يطلعوا برا من الكوره، وده دوره يا اخي منظمينه من غير اسلوب. وبعد ده كله الناس يحتجوا على الكلام ده، ما في زول عملوا حاجه بطل، قام ضرب سلاح فوق. Imagine. And that's why انا قلت قبل زول ده he took advantage of peacefulness of people of Madingaul. لأنه لو كان incident that happened in Lake State نحن كنا هنتكلم في حاجات ثانية. And he knows that. He knows what we are talking about. So let me go ahead and play this clips, and I want your reaction to that clips, and then we will be concluding here. Let me go ahead and play that. So.
ده النكتة ده.
Okay, we got it.
Branca, aquí por culo, era, ¿eh? اقفل اي اقفل ليه
Ông ơi, gì rồi?
Là uống chưa con vijana. Nó buat ini kau.
طبعا هو جرى في النهايه شايفين لانه الناس كانوا قاعدين يلعبوا كوره. Imagine people were playing. Actually, I think I play a wrong one because في video الفيو هنا الويل ميسي she was exiting ميدان حزينه جدا جدا because she didn't want to exit because she played very good and she was part of the team. So Azola زي ما قلت يا أستاذ دينجيد وندي مريال, this is not the first incident. He's always behaving recklessly. And of course, because he's related to president, he can do what he wanted to do. That's the way in South Sudan. عشان النظام ده يقعد مع ناس زي ديل, it's not going to happen. And now he's taking advantage of peaceful people. ناس مغلوبين على حالهم, they're just going to watch the game because ما في شغل ذاته, ما عندهم برنامج. فاماجن انا داير تعليقكم في النقطه دي. تفضل.
دقيقة أنا هعلق لأنه أنا هطلع.
تفضل ثواني.
طبعا بيت القصيد في الموضوع ده كله. طبعا احنا ما دارين نتدخل بين القشره والفوله، بين القشره والفوله بتاعه. اوكي، نحن ما دارين ندخل في الجاب ده. لكن احنا دارين نعلق على اللي هو الكياس المشى عمله في اويل، والتصرف بتاعه كوزير، واخلاقيات بتحت المهنه بتاعه ذاته يعني كوزير وكقائد للناس المفروض يتصرف كيف.
ضرب سلاح فوق.
اولا هو وزير، ما اعرف وزير للديزاستر مانجمنت something like that.
شؤون الانسانيه والديزاستر مانجمنت. Yeah, it's very shame to be وزير للبوزيشن ذاته.
ده النقطه هنا طبعا. الويال ميسي ولدت ولا جابت يعني مشهد الكوره ولا الكلام الكثير ده هي حاجه خاصه بهم.
نعم.
اوكي، لكن احنا دايرين نتناول النقطه انه هو وزير للازمات. اوكي، وزير للازمات. اوكي، المشى عمله في اويل ده ما ازمه
بالغ الاهميه، في بالغ الاهميه
90 دقيقه. المباراه كله ممكن يعمل 90 دقيقه وما قدر يعمل مانجمنت 90 دقيقه بتاعه ده عشان الكوره ينتهي ويمشي يشيل مرته ده ويمشي يدرسوا دروس خاصه بهم برام بدون ما الناس تعرف. ناس اويل كله يطلعوا ويضربوا بالطوب والناس تحت مسجو. اوكي، الطرف الثاني انه لو الوزير مثلا تصرف غير لائق قدام الشعب او ما يسيء سمعه الحكومه او الحزب الممثله او الجماعه الائتلاف المرتبط بكير بحكم تاكير ده، الزول كان اساء المنصب العام ده المفروض مش يتعاقب. يتعاقب لانه مشى ضرب طلقه في جوا استاد بتاع ميدان. معناته ده شنو ده؟ ده حاجه كعب شديد، والمفروض ما يمر مرور الكرام، المفروض يحاسبوه عليه. واذا كان عندنا برلمان فعلا برلمان قومي، برلمان فيه ناس بيضبطوا الشغل بتاع الاعضاء بتاع الاجهزه التنفيذيه بما فيهم كير ذاته والوزراء بتاعه، كان الزول ده المفروض يعمل له استجواب. كان الزول ده المفروض ينادوا داخل البرلمان يفسر الموضوع ده، يمشي داخل الميدان بتاع كوره ويضرب طلقه بتاع نار عشان بس مرته فاتت لعبه كوره، وفي نفس الوقت بيطالب بالاعتذار. الشعب كله يعتذر له لانه قالوا اساءوا في حقه. اوكي، اتس ريديكولس. وبالفعل زي ما قلت الكلام ده كان حصل في اي منطقه ثاني. كان حصل في اي منطقه ثانيه غير اويل كان الشغل ده بيكون كعب.
ما بزول مسك ذاته ولا في زول عملوا حاجه. people will shout.
الكلام ده سيبنا يزود مثلا بيت من فانارو وجاء استفزنا ودار يجي يمثل فينا وهو يعني هاشمي ولا زول اكبر من اي زول ده بيضرب بكويت. والله عكاز في راسه هنا عشان التفكير بتاعه ده صار يتعدل كويس وكويس بس انه في اويل. ده النقطه اللي احنا دايرين نقوله. فزول ده المفروض يتحاسب. لو في برلمان حقيقي المفروض يتحاسب. اول الحزب المنتمي له المفروض يحاسب الحكومه تحاسب الزول ده النقطه اللي دايرينها. لكن نحن طبعا ما دايرين نخش بين القشره والفوله بتاعه، ده مشكله بهم. لكن نحن التصرف اللي هو عمله ده كوزير وممثل لحزب وممثل لتيار معين داخل الحزب ده، المفروض الزول يحاسبه، او على الاقل لو بقى محظوظ يشيلوه برا ويمشي يتم التصرف بتاعه الهمجي ده بطريقته برا الوظيفه بتاعته. فانا داير اقوله. فالمهم عشان الخص الكلام بتاعي كله ودينجي بعد ذاك يختم الشو، انا هنا في اليونايتد سيتيزن فور تشينج، انا هنا ما دايرين
في استاذ وين؟ استاذ وين؟ ضيف على القضيه دي قضايا اخرى بعد كده تكملوا.
كمل وندي مريال بقضيه اخرى. ما قال بينجي
احنا ما دارين نخش، ما دارين حاجات.
انا قصدي بقضيه اخرى لانه في تطورات ثانيه غير موضوع بتاع ميندا، في تطورات اخرى برضه ضيفهم في حديثه.
ايوه التطورات دي كلها يعني في الاسابيع اللي فاتت في حادث حصل في جوديان كاونتي في جونغولي ستيت، انه في مسلحين جو ضربوا عربيه ماشيه في الطريق، قتلوا الزوجه بتاع الرئيس اكرم وزير الصحه السابق.
واو.
اوكي.
رياض قاعد فوق
مباشره. رياض قاعد بتاع عيال بتاعه ل6 عيال.
الكلام ده حصل بجن؟
دخلوا في كمين
الاسبوع اللي فات،
قتلوها. ده
يا ولدي ندوق بقى في مشكله ثانيه انا ما اعرف.
واثنين طلعوا يروحوا في crashing.
Yeah, it looked like Wendy Mariam. Yeah,
it looked like someone. If there is someone connected to the same network in your house, please let him disconnect.
Yeah,
let him or let her disconnect.
Yeah, it looked like he's having trouble.
Pull me out and then I will come back later on.
Okay, ما في مشكلة وندي مريال. أستاذ دينجيت أنا طلعت وندي مريال. It looked like he has some issues with the network. أنا there I want to get your reaction and then we move on so you can conclude. لأنه كده خلاص أنا قربنا. تفضل.
Yeah, I want him to come back because he's talking about great issues. By the way, there are other developments that happened in the last 2 weeks. One of them is the one he has just mentioned. But let me make my comment on the issue of Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, which himself is a disaster.
He is a disaster.
He's appointed to be a Minister of Disaster Management. Instead of managing the disasters that may afflict our people in South Sudan, he himself turned to be
a disaster.
So we need to manage him instead of managing our disasters. Well, what I would like to say concerning this issue, the minister, of course, we don't want to go personal on this issue, but we are talking about what he did in the football stadium. This one, according to the constitution, is called misbehavior or misconduct in public. The minister misbehaved and he misconducted himself in the public, in front of the people whom he's supposed to serve with respect and with dignity. We understand that his wife is a footballer. She left a small child at home and she went to play on the request of the team members, by the way, because the team members felt that without her playing with them, they would be beaten, and that's why they insisted to let her go and play with them. So she accepted and she went. So the minister went to the football pitch and he misbehaved. Why? Why should he drive very fast? Because you have just played the video. Why should he drive very fast like that inside the stadium?
Very crowded.
And the stadium is full with many hundreds of football fans who turn out to watch the football for women in a Will Freedom Square, or I mean football pitch. This one is called misconduct. First of all, he should have not gone there as a minister. In his capacity as a minister, he should have not gone. He should have sent somebody to go and call his wife. That would have been the right procedure. I don't know him, Peter Wenimajong did in person, but I knew him through Facebook. We are friends here on Facebook. But what he did is a gross misconduct. And we are hereby saying that this minister has a lot of records, by the way, John Cole. You have said some of them. You know, when the revitalized peace agreement came and the delegates of the parties who are signatories to the peace agreement came and they were accommodated in Juba, there happened a very strange incident. The minister himself was accused of having taken someone's wife into Dembish Hotel. That one was misconduct. Again, the issue of car deals. The minister was accused. Again, he misbehaved at Juba International Airport.
You want to beat up people who need their money, you know. You want to beat them.
Yes, he wanted to beat them, and he was taken on camera. We saw his pictures on camera. And the third incident in which he was involved is the one of Juba International Airport. This is now the fourth one, the one of a will. So this one is called misconduct or misbehavior. Of course, he was interviewed by iRadio. So iRadio tried to be fair because when he was in a will, that one sparked a high debate on social media. And it was like a single story or a one-sided story. So the iRadio invited him for an interview. I watched the interview. For those who would like to see the interview, you can go to the iRadio Facebook page here on Facebook. You will see the interview. He was asked, are you not guilty? And won't you apologize to your in-laws in a will? He said he should not. That's what he said. He said he doesn't see it appropriate for him to apologize because he did not commit any mistake. What about terrorizing football fans who gathered in the stadium to support their team?
Yeah.
You go and fire a gun into the air and terrorize and spoil the mood of the sporty mood of the people who are gathered in the stadium. And you still say that I am not going to apologize because I don't see I have committed any mistake. That one was not fair at all by the minister. All right. So this one is misconduct. I remember in 2013 in the parliament where I was doing media coverage, there happened to be like a discussion, a heated discussion between someone called Machong Majong from Kwajo and Abdallah Dengnian. You all know Abdallah Dengnian.
I do.
They discussed, and when the debate became hot, he insulted Abdallah, and then Abdallah slapped him. Right away, Abdallah was released. Abdallah was then a minister of environment. So he was released. Now it is Peter when Peter Mayan Wenimajong did doing the same thing Abdallah did in 2013, and he's not relieved from his ministry. Of course, he was asked by the iRadio that some people are calling for your relief, and then he said those people are jealous. We are saying here he should be relieved from the ministry. By the way, he should not be disciplined. Discipline is not enough. He has to be relieved from the ministry.
He's very cheap, even making a statement. It's a minister saying that they are jealous. Jealous of what? Is that a statement that a minister can make? That
Yes, I'm coming to that point. Thank you for bringing it in. So he was saying that he's not going to apologize because he did not commit any mistake. And he was asked about the issue of Dembish Hotel. He did not answer the interviewer. You see, when he was asked about other issues like the issue of Juba International, he declined to make any comment on that one.
And the bar.
He only focused on the issue of a football pitch. So the minister is even defenseless. He cannot defend himself. He has no logic. He's a very weak person in terms of his speech. He could not defend himself appropriately and convince the listeners and viewers of iRadio that he was not guilty. So the man is guilty by all measures of guilt. And we are hereby calling for his release, not because we are jealous, but because we are not happy for a minister to misbehave in the public. This is what we can say regarding this issue. الوزير طبعا يا جماعة رجل غريب الأطوار. أنا بسميه غريب الأطوار لأنه يعني الوزير ده بيتر ميان وين ما جونجي يعني الزول ده من ظهر يا جماعة يعني اسمه مرتبط بحاجات ما بيليق بمقام الوزير. الحادث بتاع انه شال مرازول للهوتيل ده براو ده كان مفترض يشيلوه برا بيو. والحادث بتاع انه يمشي شاكل
قالوا قاصرة ذاته ما دول ساكت قالوا بيت قاصرة
ولا لو بقى مرازول ولا لو بقت بيت قاصرة لسه خطأ كويس. ده اول حاجه يعني قام ضرب سمعه بتاع الوزير الزمن ده وبعد كده جاء الحادثه بتاع العربات وجاء الحادثه بتاع مطار جوبا والحادثه بتاع الاربع حاجات. These are 4 issues يا جماعه وكل الحاجات دي بتعكس سمعه سيئه. ده زول يعني يتم اغالته عديد غير جدير انه يكون مسؤول في الدوله غير جدير انه هو يقود شعب كويس بدل ما يدير لنا كوارث هو ذاته بقى كارثه. هو بقى كارثه كويس. ومن هنا والله التحيه للاستاذ الصحفي مايكل كريستوفر لانه يعني كتب مقال جميل. انا كنت بقرا المقال وانا بضحك كويس كويس. يعني ده والله اكثر من حركه انجلو في مطار ذاته. ده الحاجه نحن ما نقدر نقوله. ده زول غير مسؤول وغير جدير انه يدير الدوله. الاقدار بس جابيه يعني. موضوع انه هو عنده صله بالرئيس الجمهوريه طبعا الصله بالرئيس ما يخليه انه يكون بتاع فوضى كويس وما يخليه انه يعمل اخطاء والرئيس يقعد يعين له. نو ما لازم يكون في رول اوف لو يعني. والله هو مهزوز بقى وزير في حكومه فاشله عشان كده هو لسه قاعد في الوزاره كويس. والوزير ده وزير ضعيف يا جونكور. الكلام ده قلته ده يعني زول ده ما قادر يتهاجج ما بيقدر يتهاجج ما بيقدر يبرر ما بيقدر يعني يحكي.
زول ما جبار
زول ضعيف في الخطاب.
زول ما جبار وسكر. Instead of being polite, his driver was not there. بقى يعمل جوطة عشان driver بتاعه ما هناك بقى يبكي. وزول يدين حاجات ناس لما الناس يقول يا أخي we need money يقول لهم يا أخي قطار what kind of زول where he grew up at. بس أنت لما تصل المكان ده أنا we don't want to go personal of course لكن ده أسلوب وزير يتكلم به. ده زول داير قروش بتاعه. أنت عربية منه يا أخي. أنت كم V8 cars and they need the payment. تيجي تقول لهم يا قطار. That since that day I knew this is not a responsible guy. I knew it.
That is not a language of somebody who is responsible. Should not talk to people in that language. So فده يا جماعه ده سوء سلوك من قبل الوزير ويجب اقالته مباشره لانه اثبت للشعب السوداني الجنوبي انه غير جدير بالمسؤوليه الموكول اليه وأنه تم تعيينه وزيرا للشؤون الإنسانية والكوارث لكنه أصبح كارثة بنفسه ويجب يبعده لأنه نحن ما عايزين كوارث. ده رسالتنا فيما يتعلق بهذا الأمر. شكرا
أستاذ نجيل. أشكرك لجيتك مرة ثانية Wendy Marial, please, Anna Derek, to go ahead and weigh in, and then but we'll conclude because I send a link to another word, but they don't want to show up for some reason today. I send them links.
Well, I couldn't government supporters deals
and in the time,
No.
Even though I wanted to go, I want to buy a car. I don't have a car right now. I want to go and find a way to buy a car today. Lakin, I want to give them time. I want to give them time to come and weigh in. You know, this is what I wanted to do actually. If they come, I'm still gonna go more. So, Wendy Marial, please go ahead. Fadal. Wendy Marial network.
جونكور ما بيجوك لانه الموضوع حساس جدا. not again please.
فضل now نحن سامعينك.
I can't hear you.
No, نحن سامعينك. تفضل.
Okay, take me out.
Okay.
اوكي سامعيني كده مش؟
نحن سامعينك.
واصل انت مسموع.
لا. Okay. التوبيك is very tough today فأنصار الحكومة ما بيقدروا يناقشونا بالحقائق المتعلقة بصحة الرئيس والصراع المحتمل لو حصل له أي حاجة. بعدك يعني أنا قلت قبله صحة الرئيس من ضمن أسرار الدولة يعني فبيشوفوا كده كمشكلة بتاع national security ما دايرين يتكلموا فيه. اوكي لكن الكلام اللي بنقوله ده من مصادر ده الجي 1 ذات. احنا ما بنجيب كلام من راسنا ساكت، هو مصادر من جي 1. حتى الأكاذيب اللي بيقولوا ده كله يعني زي التجويد ده بقى يعني ولا somebody building something. اوكي ما بيقول حقائق الموضوعيه المفروض يغني على الشارع العام، دائما بيوديك الاوبوزيت. فالمهم الوزير الجبيل ده يعني ادق وصف له هو الوصف بتاع مايكل كريستوفر، قال الزول ده بيعاني من سقطات نفسيه. اوكي
حركات انجلو في المطار
مرات غريب الاطوار زي ما انت قلت. يتصرف سمتايم انه كانه في الوكاد او whatever.
ولا الناس الوكاد
ما عنده قواعد، ما عنده بروتوكول بيحكمه. فالزول زي ده وزاره بتاع الشؤون الانسانيه والازمات واداره الازمات. اوكي في حكومه اصله جاب كله ازمات. اوكي كله ازمات. فانا ما متوقع انه زول ده لانه اهل جي 1 مرتاحين منه. اللهم بس ما قتل زول لحد هسه، لكن بالتصرفات بتاعه ده ممكن يقتل زول. وبالمناسبه بتاع قتل الناس دي طبعا في ظاهره غريبه انتم كانوا متابعينه اليومين دول. قبل كم فتره الامن الحراس بتاع وانيقا مش دقوا لحد ما كسروا وشه هنا. الجبهه بتاعه كله كسروه. اوكي ودوه مستشفى. لما سالوا الامن ديل قالوا زول ده ما كان suspect of something، انه داير يعمل اعتداء للرئيس لنائب الرئيس. اوكي ده واحد. قبل كم يوم اللي هو وزير بتاع البيزنس مان اسمه ايي ده. في ولد بتاع تايفود يجيك مرات حالات بيخليك ما واحد بتكون زي المجنون كده. دخل للبيت بتاع زول او دخل في منطقه اللي هو كان البيزنس مان ده اي كان قاعد هنا ويتصرف طيب. ناس السكيورتي بتاع اي ده دقوه شالوه دقوه ومشى سخن مويه ورقدوه في عنقريب وكبوا المويه السخن ده فيه لحد جعباته كله. وانا بعتذر للاسلوب ده، جعباته كله اتحرك اتشلق
ده هراس بتاع بول ميل اللي هو بيدير الاستثمارات بتاع الرئيس.
الميل I'm sorry انه انا قلت اسم زول غلط.
No, it's okay.
مش هدقوا زول ده وسلقوا له سخنوا له مويه. I'm sorry. وسخنوا له مويه ويعني باعوا كله السلام. اوكي؟ والظاهره ده بقى منتشر يا جماعه، ما قصه انه مشكله يحصل، لكن بقى منتشره وبقى منتشره شديد لدرجه انه الحاجات ده بقى مرتبط بكل القيادات بتاع الحزب الحاكم.
نعم.
وما في تحقيق، ما في تحقيق للكلام ده. يعتقلوك يدقوك ويستخدموا النفوذ بتاعه عشان هو زول مسكين، مواطن مسكين ما عنده حق. انا داير اقول شنو؟ انه الحكومه ما قادر تضبط الاعضاء بتاع التنفيذيين او تعمل لهم خط بتاع سلوك وادب. الحكومه دي ما جديره انها تمثل الشعب ذاته، ما جديره انها تمثل الطموحات بتاع شعب جنوب السودان. فانا بقول ما بيعنينا انه الوزير ده طرده ولا قاعد في السلطه وكده كده 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 هيقعد، لانه انت كان سرقت كم مليون دولار من الخزينه بتاع الدوله، انت بتكون وزير وضلوا يجيبوك تكون وزير، ما بتخش سجن. تخش سجن. فانا ما متوقعين انه اخلاق يعني انه كيري في النهايه انه يكون زول رجل دوله داير يتحكم في ناس. في مقوله طريفه جدا قرن قالوا لاهل بور زمن الحركه الشعبيه، الناس الضباط بتاع بور كانوا كتار، فبدايرين يعني يفرضوا الهيمنه بتاع بور والرئيس يكون تحت الامره بتاعه، وانه بور حركه وبور ده الحركه الشعبيه ده بتاع بور. قرن نادام كلهم قال له انتوا الحركه الشعبيه ده ما بتاع بور، هو بتاع كل الجنوبيين، وانتوا كان دايرين تقولوا انه الحركه ده بتاع بور. انا بوحد كل الحركه الشعبيه بحاربكم في بور ده. اوكي؟ فاذا هو الوزير ده قريب للرئيس او البزنس مان اللي انت قلت بولميل ده هو قريب للرئيس او مدير بتاع الاستثمارات بتاع الرئيس، وانيجا هو كاميرا بتاع الرئيس، اي زول بيعمل اعمال وحده ضد الشعب وفي نفس الوقت قريب للرئيس او الرئيس بيعرفه وما بيحاسبه، معناته ده شنو؟ معناته ده الدوله بتاع العداله والمساواه اللي احنا من اجله، ضد الدوله بحقوق. يا جماعه المشكله ده مشكله ممنهج عديل كده. فانت ممكن تكون حرامي ممكن تكون محاسب بتاع قاصره وتكون وزير في نفس الحكومه، ممكن تكون حرامي كبير بتاع الكتله وتكون عضو كبير في الحكومه ده. معناته شنو؟ ما عنده اي نهج انه يحاسب به المنتسبين بتاعه.
نعم.
يعني احنا حنتعذب وحنتعذب اذا نحن ما ده كلام بتاعنا. فانا داير امشي في كلام بسيط كده انا داير اقوله للشباب بتاعنا. القصيده ده انا كتبته قبل كم يوم كده ونزلته في ناس قالوا معاه، فانا اقول لكم انا امشي واخلي لكم الشو. اسمه يا
تفضل يا اخي الروحي، تفضل.
في واحد قال لي انت بقيت متطرف. قال لي انتوا بقيتوا متطرفين، ناس سي ديل بقيتوا متطرفين شديد. بقى احنا ما متطرفين، احنا بنقول الكلام. فالقصيده بيقول يا كاميرا يا كاميرا المجد لنا، يا كاميرا الدوله بينا، حكومه لازم يمشي، حكومه الحرب لازم يمشي، حكومه الجوع لازم يمشي. المجد لنا يا كاميرا، المجد لنا يا كاميرا. نحن ال 64 قبيله ده دايرين سلام وعداله، دايرين عداله وتنميه. ناس الهوتيل لازم يمشوا. ناس الهوتيل لازم يمشوا. ناس الهوتيل لازم، نظام الهوتيل لازم يصل. نظام الهوتيل خربوا خلاص، بيقوا زي دمورية، ما بيخيط، ما بيتخيط، ما بيجيب سلام، ولا بيحارب فساد، ولا فاضي لجندي. يا كاميرا المجد لنا، يا كاميرا، يا كاميرا الدولة بينا كاميرا. نظام الهوتيل لازم يمشي. الفقير ده مع ريق مشهر بتاعه ومع الشلة بتاع الهوتيل دير لازم يمشوا. وده كلام أنا كتبته ومسكوت، فأنا ما متطرف يا جماعة.
شكرا، قصيدة 100%.
شكرا لكم. أنا حمشي.
تحية لك.
تحية لك يا حبيبي.
تحية لك ويندي مريم.
تحية لك. أستاذ دنجيت، آخر كلمة ده تقولها وبعد كده نحن نقفل. أنا look like ناس
إن شاء الله إن شاء الله
ناس ما دم يجوا وأنا وما جو.
لا أنا بالمناسبة ما عندي كلام تاني أنا هقوله، لأنه إحنا حبينا نضيف قضايا تطورات تانية حصلت، وويند مريال غطى كل حاجة بداية من موضوع بتاع الوزير وللقضية بتاع التعذيب. هراس تاع بولميل عذبوا ناس وحرقوا زول في مؤخر بتاعه، وشفنا صور بشعة جدا كويس. ويتطرق برضه للحادث بتاع الجنجلية، مقتل زوجة وزير الصحة السابق، زوجة الدكتور رياض غايكوك في الجنجلة. ولو في حاجة نحن ما ضفناه من التطورات طبعا كثيرة كويس. لو ما في حاجة كده ضفناه، ده بيكون الموضوع بتاع اختفاء بتاع زول ده اسمه منو؟ ما يوم كورموم. ما يوم كورموم ده الناس كتار ما عارفينه يا جماعة. ما يوم كورموم ده زول الأجر الاتصال بولد بتاع واحد مشعوذ جايبينه من البلد، وده طلبوا مدير الأمن إنه يجي يعمل له، يجي يكجره، يجي يعمل له يعني كجاجير عشان هو يبقى الرئيس للبلد. فالمكالمة ده تم تسجيله، أظن ديل ناس الأمن ذات هم سجلوا شغل ده، والشغل ده سربوه. والحوار الدار بين الود بتاع الطبيب المشعوذ أو العراف ده ولده، الحديث الدار بينهم كان بتونجان، حديث بلغة الدينكا. ونحن طبعا نحن الآن نسمع اللغة دي مباشرة، نحن فهمنا كل حاجة كويس. والسودانيين الجنوبيين الثانيين اللي ما بيفهموا اللغة الدينكا يعني ترجموا لهم أو اديناهم ملخص حسا كده عن الشيء اللي حصل، إنه زول ده قام اختفى في جوبا في ظروف غامضة الآن كويس. فده بيكشف لنا إنه أكوالكور لسه بيزرع في النفوس بالقروش وبالرجال وحتى بالكجر والشعوذة والحاجات دي. وده جانب مخفي لكثير من شعب بتاع جنوب السودان، إنه الحكام اللي قاعدين فوق ديل بيمشوا حتى بيت الشيطان،
بيمشوا
عشان يقدر يستمدوا القوة من الشيطان من أجل إنه يبقوا في سلطة، أو من أجل إنه الشيطان يديم حظ أو العراف والفجور يديم الحظ عشان يطلعوا فوق، يتم البروموشن بتاعهم. فده حادث يعني مهم جدا الناس يعرفوا، وده بيعكس يعني انتهاكات جسيمة بتاع حقوق الإنسان. زي ما الوزير مشى عمل انتهاك لأجواء بتاع المباراة، برضو ديل عملوا انتهاك في حق هذا الرجل، وديلاك برضو عمل انتهاك في حق الناس. الزول الحرق مؤخرته بالمويه الساخنه دي وشفناه في الصور الما كويسه. فدي كل التصرفات بتاعت الحكومه دي، وكل التصرفات دي بتعكس شيء واحد بس اللي هو فشل من كل النواحي. ولذلك عندما ناتي الى هذا المنبر ونقول يجب ان تسقط هذه الحكومه، فنحن يعني نقول هذا بحق وحقيقه، ويجب ان ترحل هذه الحكومه. بكل الزبانية بتاعته ده، يجب أن يذهب الرئيس الفقير إلى مزبلة التاريخ وكل زبانيته، يسقط سلطانه، يسقط حكمه، يسقط كل الكجر وكل الحاجات دي يسقطوا. نحن هنا الليلة عشان نوريهم ونحن نتكلم. الوضع السياسة بتاعت أمر الواقع الرئيس داير يقود فوق البلد ده سياسة يعني بيجيب النهاية لهذا النظام ده. كمان دايرين نأكدوا للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان إنه الحاجة دي ممكن يقود هذا البلد أو النظام للنهاية بتاعته. والنظام يا شعبنا الكريم، النظام بيعيش آخر أيامه، هم خلاص ماشيين يفوتوا. ده حاجة لازم الناس يعرفوا. الفجر بتاع التغيير قادم وهم كلهم ماشيين ذاهبين إلى مزبلة التاريخ. فدي الرسائل اللي احنا يعني حابين نرسلوا لكل الناس خلال هذا الأسبوع. الموضوع الرئيسي طبعا خليناه، لكن ده إضافات.
نعم،
ده إضافات لأن الموضوع الرئيسي اتطرقنا له وعملناه ملخص وانتهينا. سلام.
استاذ دنجدي دايوغ الكاتب والصحفي الكبير، اشكرك كل الشكر دائما. استاذ وندي مريال اشكرك، واشكر كل الضيوف الكرام اللي حضروا اليوم. اهلا وسهلا. الا نلتقيكم ان شاء الله لما مشاهدينا الكرام. ده تقول كلام
انصار الحكومه ما جو خالص، ما بزول جا
ما جو خالص. زي ما انا قلت لك I give myself enough time today. انا اديتهم زمن كافي جدا جدا على انه يجوا، لكن للاسف يعني انا رسلت ما في زول عاوز يدخل، فما في مشكله. المرات الجايه نتمنى انهم يشاركوا في المرات الجايه. يا شكرا جلمن، اشكركم كل الشكر. اشكر the viewers of concerned citizen of South Sudan. انتوا كنتوا معنا. It's so important to discuss about this, very important. النقاش بتاعنا كان دار حول the presidency between the health condition of the president and the power struggle in the inner circles. Who is the next president? نحن اتكلمنا كتير، احنا ما هنقول اي كلام تاني، لكن yes in عرفنا this government does not believe in transparency, they don't believe in equality. President Kiir want to stay in power for life, he want to die in power. That's why such a thing are happening, and he's not transparent. People of South Sudan doesn't want us to know anything about its health. You have seen how he has been ruling the country for the last 16 years. Tashrid, harb, jo, marat, insecurity, and you name it. These are the things that are happening. And that's why it's so necessary for people of South Sudan to come together, you know, عشان يقدروا يسوروا and remove, you need to be deposed and remove him from the power so South Sudan can have an opportunity to move on. So with that, I really, really appreciate you for coming on and tuning in and being part of Concerned Citizens of South Sudan. Next week, مع موضوع جديد إن شاء الله. Good night from here. Thank you so much.
Imba kwa disco, imba kwa maske tangaro, imba kwa gita, anayanga mloya muyembalo, imba kwa chakeba, arikale salam, amelanga tukitinga rinne yalom, baby yo, already yalom, ayini anu bitingi nakala, nyatin ba banduna ko, bangit banyo kino, yini ati bajal gotino, and bajal gotino, metin jaya electrified, and I need badal, but you make me fantasize, and I need badal, nyatin ba banduna ko, bangit banyo kino, yini ati bajal gotino, and bajal gotino, alakala pinga, pinga totina, tukagil wake up pinga ya singa, fine girl pinga, pinga lekina, kong pinga totina, niya kinamaku, inga tingu injanya, and I can let and get janya, and the Indian ma, and the mama, and the Indian. Ayini kanya, nyatin ba banduna ko, bangit banyo kino, yini ati bajal gotino, bajal gotino, metin jaya electrify, ayini anjan badal, Girl, you make me fantasize. And I can't live without you. In the vibe and do not go. You bring it up when you know. We need a kid, but I got to know. And but I got to know. Oh my God. Now you go with your gamma, Nelly the door with your gamma, put them on. And I really know. Will it go down? I'm so in love. Oh my word. You can be no dear. Oh my word. Yes, in the vibe and do not go. Bring it up when you know. We need a kid, but I got to know. And but I got to know. Make me die in electrified. And I'm done with my dad. Well, you make me fantasize. And I'm done with my dad. Yes, in the vibe and do not go. Bring it up when you know. We need a kid, but I got to know. And but I got to know. Oh my God. Now you go with your gamma, your gamma, now you go with your gamma, put them on. And I really know. Will it go down? I'm so in love. Oh my word. You can be no dear. Oh my word. Yes, in the vibe and do not go. Bring it up when you know. We need a kid, but I got to know. And but I got to know. Make me die in electrified. And I'm done with my dad. Girl, you make me fantasize. And I'm done with my dad. Yes, in the vibe and do not go. Bring it up when you know. We need a kid, but I got to know. And but I got to know. And but I got to know.